Welcome, brother. Welcome, brother. Home from the cinema. Yeah, bro. I just woke up and intuitively, I'm like, I feel this piano flow. I'm actually feel what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna warm up, do some piano, bridge that worlds with some pan flute, and then go down to my studio and do some synths, some string synths with the piano board. Never a wrong time for a piano. And as musicians, especially, but of all, as all people, I think there's so much we can learn from the cadence of the piano. That's what I find so much is like the when we allow ourselves to just really apply the cadence. Yo, what's good? What's good? Welcome, Alasir. It's almost like those. This is what I find myself, especially as a guitarist, is like the more you can lean into the soft, gentle, the gentle cadences, the gentle transitions. It teaches you just so much. Well, this is where we want to go. I'm a pianist myself, synthesis myself. Nice. Wicked, brother. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I've been teaching myself piano about the last 3 years now. Yeah, I'm quite happy with my connection to the piano as I apply a lot of my knowledge of theory and ear training from the guitar, which is an exquisite teacher. And it's like the piano teaches me more about the guitar, and the guitar teaches me a vast amount about the piano. Especially about like refining music theory. It's like in the simplest right, if you're familiar with specific keys, like I scale a lot, in the keys of A sharp minor and E major a lot, and of course C sharp and C major in the guitar. And I apply that intuitively just by ear. I apply the shapes that I understand. Like if I'm say like, okay, let's go into E major, I really understand. I can integrate it in such a way. I mean, effectively more so on the guitar, but yeah, it goes deep. I hope your streams with Temple. I hear your streams with Temple. It's so nice to listen to you. Nice. Wow. Thank you, brother. Thank you, Fraser, brother or sister. It's a beautiful intention. It's a beautiful intention, Frank. I love what the nature of these streams as they are, as they all sort of unravel around just intuitively channeling improvisation. It's almost like a perfect, showcase or embodiment of what it is and how it can sort of translate when you learn to improvise, how you learn improvisation, whether we're talking about on the piano, on the pan flutes, on content as a whole. Like when you learn to improvise and tap into the channel that is intuitively flowing through, you'll realize there's a very particular way that the mind that the mind can communicate certain things or just channel through certain things. And it's beautiful. It's also such a deep level of listening. I think improvisation, it's kind of such a free-form channel that it invites you to always be present with what you're feeling. It's like if there's a certain flow or a part of a certain key maybe, or a certain cadence or instrument dynamic, or maybe a content creation dynamic if you're a creator, like myself. Improvisation often invites us to be extremely present with what exactly we're feeling, what we're resonating with. Maybe you're like, what, maybe this is not fully resonating, like, a certain key or certain structure or theme, and then you're like, let's hop into a different. It's just a deep listening. It's a deep listening, truthfully. And of course, then there's the beautiful dimension of YouTube live stream. Love from Turkey. Thank you, friend. Thank you, friend. And thank you. Yeah. Thank you, friend. I love this hat. Appreciate that, my dude. Philosophical power comes from the hat. Nice. This hat is not for sale, but you can buy it. You can buy your own hat, man, from the Etsy. Maybe that'll become my thing. Is I'll do affiliate. I'm gonna sell bandanas, but in the future, maybe that'll be an affiliate thing. Is I'll connecting people to super dope hats. such a beautiful invitation. Always, I feel, in the cadence of the piano, it's like those sub-perpetually gentle movements. The same thing actually with the pan flute, I feel. The very same, actually. How you doing? I see you got big good news. I got good news. Nice. What's your good news, Jashola? Hello, Alicia. I'm doing great. I'm doing phenomenal. Yeah. Did my cold plunge. Did my cold plunge today, like 10 minutes ago. Did a cold plunge. Was just chilling by the fire, meditating, kicking it. My country, we wear one. Nice. You got crazy good style. Why do I have two hats on? Because. Because, yes. It's a style. It's a style thing. I don't know. It fits well. I rock the bandana, but then I also love rocking this hat. Feels good. Adds, I don't know, creative, philosophical abilities. No lie, it actually does do this. Having a hat just makes you feel, for some reason, just a little bit more expressive. It adds a little dimension. I especially find when I'm writing like punk rock or alternative rock. For some reason, wearing this hat makes me desire to just like unapologetically express myself. It really effectively does so. Yeah, it's great. It's great. I really rock it. I really enjoy it. I see he's got a dance with that. Reminds me of the guy from the Black Eyed Peas. Nice, bro. That's wow. High praise. Which guy from Black Eyed Peas? I haven't listened to Black Eyed Peas in like 10 years, but that's high praise. Maybe I'll have to add that to my list of people that I've been told I look like. Like you got Heath Ledger, Bon Jovi, Axl Rose, Johnny Depp apparently, which I don't really fully see it. Another dude. There's a bunch of people I apparently look like. But I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna jump back and forth between doing impersonations or interpretations of these. In the future, I'll just hop back and forth between some accents. Sounds like a fun time though. I do that all the time anyway. Usually I'm with my partner, I'm just like meme it up and I'll just go into, at random, I'll just slip into a Heath Ledger accent or something. It's very fun. Play very beautifully. Hey, thank you, Miss Tessa Mary. Thank you, thank you. I was fond of using the right foot pedal. Nice. Yes, I've had people recommend using the pedal. I'm not that familiar with, sustain pedals. Like I press it down. I can sort of hear the difference. Don't really know how to use it effectively. I've never really tried a whole lot. I don't know. It almost like there's a way to use it. I'm sure sustain pedals are a phenomenal idea. I'll figure it out though one day. It's gonna just hit me like an epiphany. I said this before. The energy that you give to us while playing your music touches me. I close my eyes. I don't know how to explain. Ah, that's beautiful. Yeah, that hits me. That hits me right there. I feel that too. Whether I'm chilling alone in my room. I play piano it really resonates with me deeply. Naturally that's why I'm so happy to share this, especially on, streams where I do a lot of streams. I've been grinding streams usually about 3, 4, sometimes 5, 6 hours a day. Usually like 3 or maybe like 3 or 4. But the idea is that for me, piano for whatever reason is just one of those universal expressions that's just so cathartic. It's so deep. So that's maybe what you're feeling is my love for the piano. It's genuine. I love this shit. I love the piano. I love obviously all instruments and music and guitar, but piano is so unique because you can just, for me at least, as a guitarist, I can just switch off my brain. Like there's no thought. a mass majority of the time. Sometimes I can, really think through like some, but it's very organic. I said before, the energy, hi, hi. Welcome, Dr. M. Bush. What's poppin'? Welcome, I can't breathe in cold water. Yeah? Wow, that's interesting. I can truly, you got to condition your body fully. Like your nervous system, it's as Andrew Huberman says, is your nervous system's natural response when you're experiencing cold water is to go into survival mode. It tightens, you constrict your airway. You have to basically condition your whole body, but your nervous system and your respiratory tract to be very calm when you're in cold water. Like literally, when I was in the cold water plunge, easy. It was easy for me. I was in the freezing rain, but I was also sprinting to the water. I was breathing so calmly. I was in a meditative state, strangely enough. While also, doing a dialogue or a monologue. I was going like, talking about, what is it? Forget what I was speaking about. Honoring the choices, honoring your higher self. It'd be like saying like your higher self is speaking to you within the choices and the visions and the glimmers of perspective that you're experiencing. That's basically what I was saying. I was like blabbing on about higher self when I'm sitting there inside of this freezing cold water, focusing my mind, but also breathing very calmly. Like you can do this. You can access that. Invariably, it will happen. I love hearing the piano. Me too, friend. I've got a daughter, a first child. Her name is Miliana. Whoa. This creative force of human is immense and amazing. Congratulations, Cheshol. That's amazing, brother. What a beautiful name, too. Milana. What a beautiful name, friend. Thank you for sharing, man. Hope your daughter is blessed. Hope she's, loved and blessed and loves this world. I get what you mean with the guy from the Black Eyed Peas. Interesting. Black Eyed Peas. I haven't listened to Black Eyed Peas in so long. I know there's like a black dude. There was Fergie. And I don't know. I guess there was probably a white guy in there. Like there's a lot of expressive. I love Black Eyed Peas. I love their sound a lot. Yes, you are a healer, and even though you may not know it, you haven't fully stepped into it, but is there. Nice. Oh yeah, I know. Trust, I know. No, I mean, I know for sure. I understand how people heal, how we integrate, how we, in a sense, in a primal level, learn to inspire healing. I think it's less about being a healer, to some sort of quantifiable extent, to be like, I am a healer of XYZ, abilities or dimensions. It's more so about how openly and humbly and open-heartedly can you actually experience being a healer? Like, how can you basically keep in perspective what it actually means to be a healer? Not trying to basically, like in the simplest way, if this makes sense, I think it's important for a healer. It doesn't matter if you're, a person that wants to do good or like help people or hold space or facilitate, counsel or whatever, XYZ. I think it's important in every right of being a healer to not hold yourself above anyone. Like in the simplest right, even if you're like trying to help somebody, you know what? Let's heal together, friend. Or I'm you, fellow human being. Let's open the door to what you might have the capacity or ability to do in yourself. It's important never to try to portray yourself as some holier than thou person. Put yourself on a pedestal or anyone else, because the reality is no healer is more grand. No like guru or shaman or whatever you want to define this, no person can truly heal you and become the role of your own healer like yourself, of course. And it's important, I think, it doesn't matter if you are, destined or you find yourself, naturally aligned with healing people and helping people. It's all about realizing that you're not above or below anybody. Like it's like Osho says. Hell, Osho says this beautifully. And Osho, I think, is a very beautiful example of a man of wisdom, a man that really successfully offered a lot of healing and beautiful breakthroughs and etc. That's why I honor Osho, speak his quotes. I love, putting his quotes as headers for my videos. But yeah, I think it's important when you're trying to be a healer. Like even think about this in the simplest context, right? If I'm say your coach, like we're a coach or a trainer or whatever you want to be. I've studied to be a trainer. I've been like studying to be a movement coach. I'm very drawn to be a movement coach. It's something that once I succeed as a YouTuber and succeed in certain realms of performance art and acting and whatever, I'm gonna open a chapter where I'll just pursue movement coaching. And invariably, I just love it. It's what I do. I love it. And when you're a coach or a trainer or whatever, think about this, right? When you're trying to like convey wisdom or a message to something, you're like, you know what, I want to help you. I want to offer you some perspective. It's never about trying to make it seem like you're some sort of higher than thou or, pedestalized person of like, oh, here I am and I'm speaking down to you. You're not trying to preach to someone and be like, seem almost like you're not trying to make these things seem like they're impossible or outside of your group, your reach. And that's the truth is like, whether it's like you want to heal your body or express yourself through music or whatever you desire to do. Maybe you want to be a guitarist and pick up guitar. It's important to realize there's not a whole lot that separates me from you, the perceiver. And that's the actual truth. Maybe you're younger, maybe you're older, maybe you're my age. I don't know. It's like there truly isn't a whole lot special about me. Like that's the inherent truth. Is I'm not much different from your average person. I've just made an allotment of choices, like various intelligent choices that have all built momentum and evolved my perspective to some degree, that it's like that's basically the difference between what separates me, maybe someone that is on the path to being a healer, desires to help and heal people, versus someone that's maybe less on that path or is unhealed. It's like you're literally just, you yourself have the same potential. Everyone has the same potential in many rights. Maybe that's a bit of a ultimatum statement because people can argue that no, but this and that and all the different reasons. But the simplest right is we all have a very similar potential. But what separates us is the decisions that we make and the belief systems that we form that allow ourselves to, fully actualize those. So, anyways, that's a whole lot of words, but Piano experience is very different with one hand, but it works very good. Yes, that's a really good perspective. Oi, peace follows you. I gotta go, but open house peace. Thank you, Alicia. Thank you. Thank you for chiming in. I get what you mean with the guy from the Black Eyed Peas. Hey. Appreciate you, Alicia. And is that peace? Hope everyone's at peace and love. Beautiful, beautiful intention. Thank you, Alicia. Good perspective. And no, I never meant that. We have to open and humble for sure. It's the only way to do it. I'm sorry. No, that's cool. No, no. No, it's not. It's not. It was a. It's a beautiful sentiment, and I'm not trying to like. Maybe somewhere I'm trying to almost like, what's the word? Bounce back the compliment to you, or bounce back the ability that you have to be your own healer or whatever. Use it as a launch off point. But yeah, simple thread. Thank you. I definitely feel drawn to be a healer. I heal people. I heal all people all the time. Like it's almost like I don't even try. It's not like a. It's like when you heal people, you're healing them with your presence. You're healing them with, your ability to empower them, inspire them. You heal people when you go on the dance floor, when you help people, maybe learn to pick up some weights. Like you heal them in a million different ways. You can heal people. It's much easier than you think when you really understand what it means. And I think all I was simply saying is I have a deeply woven perspective that I think a lot of your modern healers or spiritual people is exists in paradoxes where it's not necessarily they're not actually embodying what it actually looks like to be a healer per se. Maybe they're on the path, maybe they're figuring it out, but there's a lot of spiritual ego that people have to unpackage. And I think the simplest truth, it's important just to be yourself, to be authentic, you know, heal people with good intentions. Don't desire to try to be a person that's a healer. That's usually it's an egoic paradox. Like if you're like, all right, I'm identifying as a healer, I am healer guy or girl or whatever, you're probably going to enter a bunch of weird spiritual ego paradoxes. And that's just the way it is as a human. So the more you can kind of like realize that you shouldn't desire to be being a healer is not like a thing you want to like put on a pedestal and be like, whoa, that person is a healer. They're so amazing. They're just a person that's figured out some stuff. They've integrated a lot of pain and sorrow, and they've used that to just be on a quest that's theirs, and they've just walked that path. They haven't tried to be a healer. If a person's trying to be a healer, they're probably pushing themselves further away from what it actually looks like to be that. And they're probably, boxing themselves into some weird paradox. And that's just the way it is. Again, the ego is very crafty. I'm just a dude. I'm just a dude who plays guitar, who trains hard, who lives a life he's proud of, who has love in his life, and I reflect that outwards. I look for people that can mirror that. I'm not trying to be a healer. I'm not trying to go on a quest to be a shaman or healer. I really don't desire that. Like, that's the truth. And I think people that may try to go on that path are like, all right, I am healer. I am guy that is, or woman that is this. It enters a weird egoic paradox, like a spiritual egoic paradox. And I think those that are genuinely on the healing path, they're just going to be. They're just going to do. They're just going to be naturally, if they're going to offer healing presence, that's just what they offer. But they're not trying to be anything, quintessentially. But I don't know. That's just my perspective. Level of depth and development needs to be understood. These concepts is limited to many. Yeah. I think I'm blessed as an artist, as a musician, guitarist, whatever. For me, like that's kind of part of what this channel is. My relationship with music, my body, my somatic body, like the things that I can package through those, that is surely a portal. Those are channels messengers, teachers that can teach me and have taught me so much. So if there's anything I could say at the takeaway, you want to be a healer, honor your body, nourish your body. You want to be a healer, enter the portals of creating music, honor that, pull those threads. That will inevitably take you to a similar path. I'm not any different from anyone else. So you can do the same. Just people all have a different path. Yeah. I'm not anything. I just see it in the purity. Thank you. Heck yeah. No, yeah, nothing. Yeah. You seem like a gem, Alicia. You seem like you're on a beautiful path. So thank you for that. I don't know if I agree with your view on calling yourself a healer. Our language is full of labels. Language is ego. I think calling yourself healers is fine. It's yourself a YouTuber. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know if I agree with your view on calling yourself a healer. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Nice. Yeah, I'm not sure responding to you. But just to be very abundantly clear, I was responding to Alicia saying that she sees me as a healer, not saying that she's unaware if I'm aware of what I am in that context. And I just openly stated, agreeing with you, agreeing with you, Temple, is I don't consider myself a healer. That's what I was making abundantly clear. I've never considered myself one. Don't desire to. I've done qigong, dance, been an athlete, a guitarist for 16, 17 years. That's just my path. I like to reflect open, authentic, integrated perspectives, off people. I don't desire to, again, I have zero desire to be a healer. I think that was lost in translation, but exactly that. I call myself a YouTuber, guitarist, whatever, but I'm none of that. Like, I'm also, dancer, performance artist. I'm just a dude, just a guy. Yeah. Don't forget to double tap. Welcome, Amy. Temple is me that said that. He's saying what you are. Yeah. Yeah. Now Temple's a good guy. He's got a I understand the intent of Temple. But we use teenager, boyfriend, teacher, worker, all these labels. Absolutely, brother. Took that paint off your face and you played the guitar. Whoa. The paint off my face. I've never had paint on my face. Interesting. I do play the guitar, but are you mistaking me, Charles Boswell? Are you mistaking me as Wagall? Are you mistaking me as the artist Wagall that wears paint and has long dreadlocks and plays super dope guitar and makes like primal stuff? So that's super dope. Yeah. Yeah. No, I get your intention, brother. I think I'm behind the comments, but I get you, Temple. You've got a great intention, brother. And I agree. We're not our labels, not our identities. Yeah, I was just advocating. My little speech was literally just advocating that, yes, I do not consider myself a healer. And yes, I agree. Those that try to identify that label, they're like, this is what I am. It's a paradox. It's an egoic, paradox. And I see it all the time. I see it all the time. It is what it is. It's ego. Humans they like to sort of identify through this egoic lens. Beautiful. Hey bro, can you teach me November Rain intro? Not sure how to perform. Not sure how to perform November Rain. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. That's exactly right, Amy. We are all healers, and yes, we all can just hug each other into higher oxytocin vibrational experience. It's true, it's true. Yeah, if you ever go to when you're on dance floors and you connect and you're somatically aligning your nervous system and regulating your nervous system with other beautiful humans, you realize that we're all just like these portals. We're all these charged energy portals, and we can just really create energy with each other. You see that a lot on the dance floor, connecting through dance. Hello, Amy. What is good? Welcome, Miss Amy Starry. Yes, yes. That's not you. I got you mixed up with someone else. Yeah. You can play the guitar great. Nice. Thank you. Yeah, you did get me mixed up. I don't wear face paint. Yeah. But I'm curious to Charles. I'm pretty sure, I'm almost under the impression you're talking about Wagal. If I'm not mistaken. He's the guy that, no, he has like white, like face paint that's like white over half of his face or 60% of his face. And he's like a brilliant musician. Love the guy. Welcome. Welcome, friend from Russia. Blessings from British Columbia. I have to go with that. Yeah. Time and I don't like each other. Fair enough. I don't think time. Yeah. I'm not sure if time really has a preference. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna try to improvise in this major key for a bit, and then we'll head down to the studio and try to do some synth stuff. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I think improvising in that key always requires like a special nuance, but also just a flow. It's a beautiful flow. I think just allows you to just like create create something very deep and rich. Like I really love that major key and that piano, and the way it connects to the pan flute is just so great, so great. All right. How can I do this? Go, yeah. Welcome, friends. Let's see. I'm gonna get my clothes from the dryer. They're all soaked from doing cold plunges. That's part of the fun. Well, I'm just doing cold plunges is you constantly just like you have to be conscious of, yeah, your clothes just getting soaked by the rain, but also just overcoming that, being like, you know what? It's not the end of the world just to get doused by rain. You know, just get doused by rain and the elements, and your clothes get soaked, but then it's like you kind of just accept it. You're like, you know what? That's not a factor. Whether one should just plunge into the world and plunge into your senses. It's like you just don't fear, you know, discomfort, even if it's like getting soaked by rain. Rain is super dope, I feel. I'm also fortunate to have a fireplace naturally in my room, but still, it's like, yeah, rain's beautiful. Golden hour. Don't know how to perform? Golden hour. Yeah. Always found language weird or primitive. My mother tongue's music. Nice. No, there is. My sister has a 1.5-year-old that she runs through the house at times. Yeah. So yes, there's one and a half year old youngling. She's hilarious. She's a very interesting, intuitive young one. You got your soulmate. You got one Russian soulmate though. Very nice. I've got a Russian soulmate. Interesting. That's powerful. Hi, bro, from Ross, Moscow, Russia. I love this, brother. I love this. Is like there's been a few people from Russia sending love to Russia from Canada. We love Russian people. We love all Slavic European. I'm half Ukraine, but it's like, yeah, English, Ukraine. I just love the whole Ukrainian or the whole European Slavic dimension. I just love it. I don't know. The culture rocks. You know, it's, yeah, on a deeper level. Here we are. Where are we going? Okay, let's flip on this thing. Guitar, yeah. Yes, welcome, friends. So chill and warm piano chords. I agree. Thank you, Miss or Mister. Cannot see. I think it's Miss from the name. Mister. Cannot see. I think it's Miss. Let us see. Yes. Yeah, that sounds, yeah. Amy isn't my real name. It's a play on words, Mister. Beautiful. I love that, Amy. I love that. We'll go with Mysterious Amy. I don't know. I mean, my name's, obviously it's Ryan, but it's I go by a Shay naturally for my public sphere domain. But yeah, and again, a Shay is not even like I wouldn't even consider my name a Shay. This is sort of how I've explained it in some contexts is a Shay is like again as it is spiritually, it's like a word that means like so it is, or I understand, or it's the energy behind rituals, the authoritative power behind action and all the different dimensions of a shay. So I see a shay more so as an embodiment of a spiritual context that you can embody. So it's like, for me, the origination of how it was a shay was like the essence of me just loving what I was feeling in the divine energy around me. I did changa and I sat there and was staring at a sunset on a mountaintop or a mountain view looking in the mountains, and I was enamored with life, where I was just like, like I get it. I was like romanticizing the divine basically, and I was feeling that warm energy, and that's why I just said ashe, like just so much reverence. And then that was kind of what it is. It's like for me ashe is like it's like a higher state of expression that you achieve. I'm not always in the dimension of ashe. Sometimes I am within certain domains of my 3D human experience, but often Shay is like, yeah, it's an embodiment of a divine expression, and we all can kind of access that. I don't know. I'm just riffing, but that's what it means. At least that's the meaning that I found. And then of course I've centered a YouTube channel around it, so it's like it's no longer it's a collective, like divine connection to your expression. Whew. Yes, sir. Music, yeah. Stage names are cool. Helps put up a boundary. Yeah, it's a brilliant intention infused with a word that I really love and means a lot to me. But it's also just like, yeah, it's a good way to successfully set a healthy boundary where, yeah, not everyone needs to know or have energetic access to who I am as a person. I mean, it's a public domain, people can kick it here and ever. But obviously, also, as I've had to exercise in various rights, I'm very apt to set a sacred boundary because this channel is sacred to me. The forest that I take you guys through, my studio, my space, it is sacred in every definition of the word to me. And I have zero issues, like even remotely. It's like an intuitive, like electrical barrier, as boundaries should be. When people dishonor or just don't align with that, immediately it's like there's a powerful surge of energy that is like, no, like it's like a sacred no. Where it's like, I'm okay with honoring that sacred boundary of like. Now, it isn't to say that like there's not like this level of like almost ambiguity, where it's like it's like suddenly you need to have this like sacred connection to sort of be in this realm, but it's like no, it's like I think it comes down to I intuitively honor what is resonant here. Yeah. Hello. Are you serious? What's poppin'? Do I know if I listen to C418? I don't know what C418 is, but let's C418, German musician and producer. Huh. East Germany, 1930, was a goldsmith, had a musical background. Never seen that. Thank you for sharing that, Millie Millie. Thank you for sharing. That sounds. He seems very cool. Seems like a very gentle, interesting individual. C418. He just calls himself C418. Just so casual. Is the reverb built in my guitar? Yeah, brother. Well, it's reverb. It's built in. It's magnetically attached. It's this tone wood amp here. So I'm using a tone wood amp, which is a natural preamp. Like it stretches out the reverberation patterns, and then I'm using a audio interface to just master the audio. That being said, it's just stretching out the natural sound. It's a very organic sound that would read the same way with reverb or not. I'm just using it to kind of just like naturally make it more prevalent, and emphasize the sounds I want to emphasize that I'm already accessing through technique. my violin bow. That's what I need. Welcome to the stream, friends. Whoa, drop the thing I need. City James are cool. Yes, yes. Greetings, Daniel. I just called to say I love the hat. What's good? Thank you, Shield. Thank you, Shield. It's good to see you, brother. Whoa. This thing got caught. Really need to purchase another one of these babies. But yeah, I love the hat too. Thank you, brother. It fits. It suits the dynamic and the aesthetic, and it feels good. You know, I rock this hat all the time. It's great. You know, as I was kind of expressing, and it gives me more, I don't know why. Well, I do know why in some rights, but it's just like, it makes me feel more expressive, you know? It makes me want to just belt my heart out, sing alternative rock kind of lyrics, or just be unapologetic. Like, it's a true expression that I love. And hats are just dope. A little bit more natural Predley? No, we got lots of Predley. A little DI, maybe. Maybe just more of this baby. Naste. Yeah. It's a bass guitar. Interesting. It's not a bass guitar. But if you're talking about, what are they called? Like Annie McKee's guitar. Baritone guitars. It's not a baritone. I would love to have a baritone guitar. Yeah. I'm good, thank you. Ocean bound around today. I don't think he is, yeah, but I would love to see him chime in, you know, if he pops in. Getting a little lost in those key shifts, but just a note or two, just a note or two. Blessings to you, sir. What's good? Thank you, brother. The vibe is very swell. Thanks, friend. Welcome. I'm great, Emma. I'm doing great. Trying to stay in that particular key without kind of shifting too much. This Longburr is a looper uses sometimes. Nice. Yes, I loop on Ableton. I have a loop pedal, but I have yet to get my hands on like a loop station. One day, you know, loop stations cost like thousands of dollars, but definitely in the future when I'm receiving full-time YouTube paychecks, donations, etc., will surely go towards things like loopers and electric cellos and beautiful stuff to make a beautiful experience. But for now, I use Ableton. I got Ableton at my fingertips. So that's how I create loops as we are. But loop stations, those create a very unique, very fluent way of looping. But as we are, if we say, that's a loop. Oh, I popped in the wrong. Okay, let's pop it in the right station. I like that, I like that. Let's loop that a few times. Do something fun with that. Let's give it 6 loops. Yes, 6, 6. Nice. Nice. That was strong. That was strong. Wow. I like that. Successful loop. Big success. Yeah. Appreciate the interjection of perspective, friend. You get a nice one for around 200 bucks. Yeah? Nah? Yeah? Yeah? Not really, though. Yes, but no. I mean, I'm trying to find. I have a looper around here. I have a loop pedal, which loop pedal is a loop pedal. But if you want a loop station, it's definitely a lot more, unfortunately. Yeah, like true loop stations. Thank you, Abel. Appreciate you, brother. Ableton style sounds cool. Ableton's top notch. It's like producer quality. If you got Ableton, it's a rocking thing. Yeah. Yeah. Nice. Yes, yes. There we go. Nice. Very welcome, Jonathan, with that. Get to the point where you won't even need the money for new gear. Remember, you just hit 8K subs and already has people sending him gear, cameras, harnesses. Nice. Yeah, get to that point. That's wild. That's facts though. That's right, Shield. I mean, we're on that quest. I'm sure I'll hit about 2K subs in the next couple weeks, but you know, assuming I'm working on creating really high quality long format content, and really just like I'm under the impression the next few weeks or months I'll definitely blow up at some point. I'm not intending to. I'm actually very open to the patient, steady grind. You actually see, the thing is, like, I've really thought about this a lot. Is like, it's interesting how now there's a certain point, like, this is a tangent. There's a certain point where you as a YouTuber will benefit strongly. You can, from a surge, an upsurge, an uptick, momentum of like, whoa, you're at 1K, 5K subs, then suddenly bang, you're at 200K or something, right? But it seems that invariably, in most instances, if you're like a YouTuber and you're relatively new, like you have like 500 subs or 1K subs or whatever, and you maybe get some random upsurge from long format content or whatever it is you're blowing up in, you're like, whoa, that was so cool. If you have an audience, but your audience isn't engaged, they're not connected to you, they don't support you on the deepest level, like, you just, there's not a humanistic relation with them, they don't genuinely support you in what you do in the fullest degree, that is limiting. That's like a profoundly limiting system. Maybe in time, you got an audience of hundreds of thousands or 50,000 or whatever, and sure, you blow up and you have more of the same. You've established your audience. But what I think is very interesting is, the more I think about it, it's a win-win. Like, whether you're slowly grinding, week by week, you're getting thousands of subscribers, versus if you're getting 100,000 in a burst. I think it's the idea is, you're either establishing a committed, devoted audience that genuinely is engaged and genuinely supports you. And obviously, the ideal component in all this is you're always gaining, traction. You're always doing high quality content. You're showing up. You're consistent. You're doing the YouTuber thing. But it's almost like there's something magical if you're establishing a very authentic community and building that bit by bit to a point where you're like, oh, word, I have 5,000 or whatever amount. But some people who have maybe like a much larger number may have not really grinded or established that rooting and having a community that really supports them. So it's like the metrics or the dimensions of how the channel evolves is very different. So I don't know, it's interesting. It's almost like it invites one to see that for some YouTubers, again, I'm just kind of speaking openly, you'll see some YouTubers that are fixated on numbers. They're like, oh man, I need to get that upsurge where a video goes viral and I suddenly have a massive subscriber base. It's like, sweet, you have a subscriber base, but what is even the foundation of that subscriber base? Like, what is the consistent level of how these people are growing and supporting? What's the tone of the community you've set in X, Y, Z? But yeah, no, I love that though. That's a random tangent. But to the idea of that, I think I'm excited on the idea of, yeah, if viewers or like, other supporters would send gear, that would be wild. That would be a mind blown, like a mind fuck. But I'm most excited to get sponsorships, of course. Get on a place where I'm like professionally received by the YouTube sphere, where sponsorships are offering me this, that, the other. And yeah, maybe like, you're working through a brand that sends you gear and you're just like, you know what, we're gonna, yeah, do some sort of sponsorship or commercial ad for the gear. I think that'd be an exciting place to get. I've never really thought about that. Nice. Your sound kind of reminds me of macro music from Shogun 2, Total War. Nice. Nice. Very nice. That's cool, Shield. Yeah, Shogun 2 was actually shot in Vancouver. Yeah. All of Shogun 2 was actually, yeah, they were shot in film, was in Vancouver. It's very fun. He runs everything to the guitar, an organic sound. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, trust, yeah. That's the thing. I do a very unique style of recording where if you want to hear good reverb, like, this is like the top, in my mind, in my opinion, it's the top tier reverb that you can achieve. That is, yeah, through the sound hole of the guitar. Because, basically, you may or not be familiar, the tone wood amp is what I use. It's like a very well-known product, a preamp. And if you dial the sound, like a pan flute sound, through the tone wood amp, it makes extremely high-quality mastered sound. Better than any reverb or layer that you could throw, at least from what I've experienced, on like Ableton. Like, you could take a sample and you could record into a microphone and then go bang, layer on some stuff. But this automatically masters and equalizes and adds reverb that you've dialed in, that's perfectly aligned with the guitar. That's how I record my pan flute. It takes a little bit of patience to get the exact volume down, but it's like, you know, like this. And there we go. And then what we do is we record it or play it back. It's getting a bit hot to rock this. The idea is, yeah, the speaker's over here, but you can kind of hear. And then basically, when I master it, that I have a perfect layer of pan flute organically captured. And I can do it a million times. Automatically mastered, matched to the guitar, the exact mastering on the guitar. Whoa. So then I flip down the volume a little bit, and then I continue. I continue to add layers. Ooh, did the wrong note there, but still kind of sounds good. But that is the loop. We can probably shave off the ending a little bit. And I'll probably use this loop that I just created for the YouTube long format video that I'm actually recording. I'm recording and editing right now. Maybe I'll do a recapture of the pan flute. But no matter, that's the music stuff. Yeah, we'll definitely shave on the end. Ooh. Lost that note at the end. Yeah. Subscribe. Yo, thank you, brother. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the channel. But that is, yeah. I really like what we were doing here earlier. I think I could create a whole meditative journey from what we just did earlier with this, yeah, with this loop. It's like one sound. So we take the original one loop, right? And we start it, maybe right there. So we shave off a little part of it to make it begin. Oh, a little bit. There we go. So it's just like when it starts. And we'll duplicate it again, duplicate it again, duplicate it again, duplicate it again. And then we'll make this something. I don't know. We'll just use this for now as a live thing. I don't know. Thank you, Daniel. She streams every day, and he's good. Thank you. And he's good value. Hey, yes, I do. On the quest to get a 4K. We're about to get monetized. Very close. Probably 2, maybe 3 days. Maybe 2 days, actually. If I've streamed, depends if I stream twice today. I can probably unlock 3K watch hours in the next, like, 2 days, which is mega exciting. That's an official benchmark. And then from there, it'll probably take, like, another 2 weeks, and we'll hit 4K. So it's pretty tight. Unless, you know, the long format video blows up at some point. But who knows? I'm not relying on that. That's a roll of a dice. I know nothing about music engineering. Word. I mean, I don't know a lot. I'll be honest, dog. Yeah. Vic, let's hear it. My dad was Vic Chestnut. Interesting. Tom DeLonge. Huh. Interesting. Very nice. Thank you, Vic. Thank you for listening, Vic. Yeah, brother. Honestly, I know very little about music engineering. I know like the basics. I'm more of an external instrumentalist or creator where I'm literally just like taking samples, maybe fading the track, so just like blending the track to make it seamless. But I'm just popping. It's like I'll like literally record a little loop. I'll hit the record button. The core thing I think with sound engineering and producing or whatever, to be perfectly honest, like in what I'm doing, all it really requires is the ability to calibrate your amp and your sound setup. So basically, how to use an interface. You got to basically sit down, like, you know what? How does that sound? Is there more balance you can introduce? Can you, turn up a little knob a little bit, turn down a knob a little bit? Can you adjust the settings on your guitar a little bit? Can you like really find the perfect balance of what the sound you want? If you can do that and you find it, then bang, you have it. Like you can record music from that setting, and then you can equalize, master it a little bit. You export it, maybe edit it a little bit in post production, and then you've won. Then you have music. I'm still not. I need to still. A lot of my music, like the reason I haven't released any music a whole lot, at least on Spotify, I've released nothing on Spotify, is I want to take a lot of my music that I've even created, send it to a sound engineer. Like I have friends that are sound engineers, and be like, hey, like let's record, or can you like refine this to a studio quality, and then do that to a bunch of my music. So then I'll know it's okay, it's perfect, it's ready to be released. Do I know Django Reinhardt? Django Reinhardt. I know of Reinhardt. If you're thinking of the same Reinhardt, he's like a Russian, or it's not a Russian, a German guy. I think he's German. That's like a looper. He does like violin or electric cello. Yeah, he's good. He's good, yeah, if it's the same guy. A totally different approach when you're present to other music streamers. I watch. You're going to grow. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. I mean, yeah. I think part of what I like to do on this channel, among like having just a very powerful vision and intention, which is just what I do in the real world. Like I think what I effectively can do on YouTube is I'm literally just holding space the same way I do in the real world. Be it if like you're a stranger, friend, person on a dance floor, person in like a music festival. But I also, like to set boundaries. I'm very good at setting boundaries. I kind of like been reflecting and packaging this a lot. A lot of my awareness and boundaries has a lot to do with the fact that I'm an identical twin. But of course also, my own development as a human being, healthy, integrated relationships and community and etc. etc. I've developed an awareness of how to successfully set healthy boundaries. And I openly say this a lot, is a lot of people, and of course, I create a good musical experience. That's a huge part of it. I'm just creating music, playing meditative sounds. And I definitely am an advanced guitarist and I know how to do stuff. But yeah, for the YouTube channel success, I think it really comes down. You honor your boundaries, you honor what that looks like, what that feels like. You're going to attract and gravitate. Invariably, this applies in the real world tenfold. But this is a YouTube channel. It's an extension of my energy as a facilitator. So whatever the boundaries I set will be what is. If I want to create a space that is about open-minded, self-aware, emotionally intelligent, philosophical, like-minded people who are musicians, who are creators, who are expressionists, that is the intention of this channel, right? Obviously, anyone and everyone's welcome as long as they're practicing self-awareness and, healthy emotional intelligence. But that's the things I also I don't mind enforcing boundaries. I'm like, oh, here's a human being that for whatever reason doesn't align, they don't resonate, they're gone. Like not even a forethought. And it's great. Have to have boundaries, self-respect, inner peace. Yeah, a French guitarist. Interesting. I'll have to check out this homie you're recommending. I don't know how to perform Green Day, friend. Yeah, I don't know how to perform Green Day. I'm glad master your music for free. That's a beautiful thought. That's a beautiful offer. I might have to take you up on that, Temple. So I'm looking at this as I'm responding. I'm looking at my computer to sort of spear drive the process. So Amy, best of it, he was real proud of himself for thinking of a flute. Something was decidedly not a flute. Oh, wow. Just shows one doom scrolling and typing the same line every stream shield. Just shows the one. Bro tried to... Bro really tried. Like there wasn't a bright blue name 2 spaces above his comments. huh, I'm going backwards. I'm going backwards here. Environment creators has definitely changed over the years. It never used to be possible to form a niche community and live comfortably from it. It was only soulless. The only way was soulless growth. That's amazing. That's very powerful. I agree so much, Shield, is I think, and I appreciate your belief in me, brother. So what's good, bro? I just got done sparring and I'm leaking sweat in my car. Hope is well and peace and YouTube. I love that, genius. You're a legend, brother. I'm happy to hear about your martial form training. I'm glad it went well, brother. I know that feeling. I love that. I love that for you, dog. But yeah, I really believe that too. Like the more I myself has surely I've been inspired from a very few specific, probably about four, maybe five specific YouTubers. Some are comedy YouTubers, they're all musicians pretty much. Some are like development, psychonaut, philosopher type YouTubers. All of these YouTubers have like given me a distinct awareness of feeling, you know what? I like what they're doing. I like that they're just creating community around this, or being like, you know what? I'm like taking a page from all these different authentic YouTubers and seeing the kind of YouTuber I've wanted to be. That's how it's been for several years now, actually. You know, I've just been like, since COVID, I like had this distinct awareness. I was like, you know what? I like YouTube. Like, YouTube seems cool. And I went on this quest to like fall in love with the YouTube space. And yeah. So I really believe that too. I believe that we have not only a space, but a necessity for a specific type of YouTube creator. And the more I've gone on this path of being a YouTuber, the last like 8.5 months or so, I've seen further. It's confirmed my awareness. I'm like, the YouTube sphere is like a wild, wild wilderness, so to speak, where it's like there's so much going on, and it requires like a level of intention and authenticity to penetrate through it. And this isn't just about YouTube, obviously. This is all content creation land. We're in a very interesting time. So, what a time, friends. What a time to be alive. What a time indeed. What a time, what a time. What a time. But also, again, I think the way I know I'm going to succeed in YouTube is without kind of stroking my own ego. It's the same way I known, that I achieve whatever I achieve in the real world. It's not like I'm trying to be anything in this YouTube space. I'm basically doing the same thing that I do in the real world all the time and have for many years. It's like I'm just improvising, improvising life, and treating this like a regular life experience. Like, 'cause I think that's where maybe a lot of YouTubers or streamers or content creators kind of go awry. And I speak of this to some degree, right? It's like they're trying to be something. They're trying to create some sort of manufactured artificial emanation of something, because they maybe just that's what they think is the way. That's what they've pieced together, like, oh, I gotta be an influencer, I gotta be something, or put on some sort of performance, because they don't know themselves on a deeper level. They don't know basically how important it is to set a sort of tone of what you're creating and interjecting into the YouTube or whatever it is your platform, community, or whatever is the portal that you're trying to create. It's like they don't realize how powerfully influenced they are being and how they're influencing others with every word and action and choice they're making. It's almost like the simplest right. They're just not ready. Like, it seems like a lot of these creators, for lack of a better word, if I'm being very blatant, they're just not ready to take on the responsibility of being in a public sphere, and especially not ready to do so in a place that is forging this relationship with their phone. The sophisticated, very complex technology that is their phone. And this is not like a good or bad thing. It's just it's a thing. It's just the simple truth. They're not ready to take on the role or responsibility of what it means to be a creator. And you see it because it reflects on the way it detrimentally kind of implodes their process or their journey. And the difference for someone like me is that's not the case. I actually, surely, I mean, I'm not perfect. I'm still navigating these waters. I'm a student to this YouTube realm. But I don't see it in a similar way. I see the infinite possibilities. I see like the multi-dimensional properties of how I can create this community. I can evolve with this portal. Like it's just an extension of how I do in the real world. So yeah. Also, in the simplest right, I'm a performance artist. Like I have been for many years. I play guitar, I dance, I do stage performance, acrobatics, whatever, whatever. It's like I understand what it means to put on a healthy, authentic performance. It's just what I do. I love it. You know, whether I'm playing guitar and busking and creating a meditative journey, this is just what I'm going to do. Screen, on a screen, off screen, it's just what I've done for many years. So for me, it's just such an important element is like I honor the process of putting on a performance. I honor the process of entering the stream and creating a performance that is unique to what this performance is manifested from, which is YouTube live stream. Right? It's revering the process. Because that's part of the beauty is you can succeed as a live streamer or do whatever you desire once you're on that path as a live streamer in a million different ways. Like, you just can. Like if you're just like, you know what, we're gonna talk about metaphysical philosophy and we're gonna read from a lucid dream text, or you're just like, we're gonna, create a journey. It's like you as the facilitator always set the tone for how this portal is unraveling. Anyways, let's return. I gladly. I appreciate you, Temple. I would love to. Well, let's talk about that, brother. Have to have boundaries, self-respect, peace. And if you're new, don't forget to sub. Thank you, thank you, Miss. Thank you. Bless you, Amy. I know someone that needs help with her engineering. I see. He plays only with 2 fingers. Oh wow. Who plays only with 2 fingers? Upside down. Hey, Amy. Ryan, you ever considered FaceTime chatting with audience members from time to time? I'm not sure how to set it up, but I'd say hello for you. Oh yeah. Interesting. Like, through a YouTube stream? I don't know. That's something I consider in the future. I'll be perfectly honest though, Genius. The simple fact is, like, it's the same reason why I'm not trying to overextend myself too far. Like, honestly, the intimate few, there's like at least several, if not 10, 15 of you guys that are regular audience that I really connect with, that I trust, like Amy, like you, Genius, like Lion, like many like I can think of. I can't remember the exact screen names, but I know if I see them. But there's at least 10 to 15 that I'm like, these regular recurring people I trust. Like I would love to connect with more without a shadow of a doubt. Like that's invariable. So I love that thought. But the idea is also being a creator is like a sacred unraveling. Like for me at least, it's like, whether I'm choosing to do creations or collaborations or whether I'm choosing to extend other platforms, like I only have so much energy and time. Like invariable truth, obviously. It's like YouTube takes a lot of my energy already. Like, I spend multiple hours a day because I'm on a goal too. This goal will change. Once I unlock monetization, I'll have a little bit more perspective and free reign of how I want to organize my channel. But what I'm simply saying is, I think trying to maybe at this point, being like like 6, 7, 8 months in as a YouTuber, where I spend already like at least 3 to 4 or 5 hours a day, not even including the time making content, editing content, thinking about content. I think I don't want to overwhelm my reality with too much of what this YouTube portal is. Once I get better at managing and calibrating and, understanding how to balance this professional experience, then sure, I think, connecting more with developing a further connection makes perfect sense. That's why having a Discord is a part of that. Discord is kind of like I would say the entry level experiment of trying to create a more interpersonal portal where people can share more open things, can connect on a one-on-one level just naturally. It's like human to human, of course. But I think I don't want to like put too much emphasis on being like, all right, let's like have my energy accessible on an interpersonal level for good reason. It's not that I don't desire to, but I'm juggling like the multiple hours of already investing my time and energy in you. I also have a life, of course. I have to train. I have a partner. I go to shows. I got to live in the real world as much as humanly possible alongside, honoring and growing my business as a YouTuber. So I think it's a brilliant thought of like, yeah, learning to like establish, these relationships. But it's also, I have a whole nother life in the real world that I have to honor. If I don't, then I lose, I lose my entire self. But again, I think as I move forward as a YouTuber and I become proficient at honoring boundaries and honoring this process, it will be organic to be like, yeah, I can juggle and manage the boundaries of how I can, further these relations and these dope human beings that are here. Nice. The crystal ball was showing a Shay in the parallel universe. What do I use for effects? I use the Tonewood amp, brother. Yeah, Tonewood amp. He could probably go on live here with viewers. Yeah, I think that's what Genie was referring. That I'm curious. I don't know how that works. Like, if I were to be like, hey, like, Amy, or hey, Genius, like, or hey, Temple Lion, like, if we just do a collab stream, I know that's a thing. I'm very new to navigating those waters. Like, again, I'm trying to focus on the task at hand, which is like, the goal in front of me, which is like the next week of how I'm organizing my streams and trying to build my viewership. But I think that's a brilliant thought, is like, I would love to figure out how to do more collaborative, like organic stuff. Like, it makes sense. The crystal ball is a microverse sphere of creating creative potential. Yeah, true. Absolutely. And I appreciate you sharing, Jonathan. Hope everything's been well with you, brother. Hope your studies and your practice is serving you. Oh, oh, oh. I'd say, what if you did have similar interests to chat about? I'm a trainer. Yan, muscle and fitness and the other. I used to make music on this one. Nice. That's rad. That's like, I would say that's a strong point of interest. Genuinely, like, I'm deeply connected to being a trainer. Like, I love training as a whole, and that's a strong parallel. Don't test him. Yeah. I know you're a depth. You're a vast portal, Amy. Vast portal. I'd love to jam sometime. Like, send me a recording and I add to it. Yeah. Yeah. Let's do that, brother. Let's make a project. Yeah. I'm so apprehensive in some rights to constantly try to take on too many projects. Like, that's just the nature of how I am, is I'm very fully aware of my own creative flow, and it's like it takes a lot to, like, navigate these waters, but I surely am going to be in a place where I know when I'm able to honor my boundaries, honor how I'm juggling these streams, and honoring juggling my real world priorities, that I can definitely take on more. But I think, honestly, bro, yeah, let's record some stuff and I'll send it your way and we can do something cool. Because I like you, brother. I like you, Temple. It's great for the suggestion box. Maybe down the line. Yeah. No, honestly, I think it's a brilliant... Again, I love thinking about these things, because this is a YouTube channel. Where it's like, a YouTube channel has so many different functions and capacity to grow, like collaborating, live streams, collaboration, this and that. And it's just like, I still consider myself like a really new streamer. Like, in the simplest right, I know for a fact I'm like, I've been streaming for like 6.5, 7 months maximum. That's the entirety of my live streaming career. So I know, like, as a new streamer, I don't want to also dive too deeply into things that are a little bit stretching the boundaries too vastly. That's not to say, like, again, Genius, you seem like a dope dude. You seem to have resonant values, as is Temple, as in the regular community. But it's like, it's almost like I'm seeing the invariable reflection over and over again, is how you succeed as a streamer is you honor your boundaries. You honor your sacred boundaries. So that is like, if a stranger wants to kind of engage, and not saying any of you are necessarily like pure strangers, but it's like a stranger is like, hey, brother, like, let's connect. And they could be like a phenomenal human being. They could have a massive channel themselves. It's like, it's important to basically learn how to vet, how to navigate the waters of what your intuition is guiding you towards, as you would in the real world. Obviously, we in the real world, these are different parallels. When you go in the real world, we all have different vast levels of decision-making things and factors. But YouTube live streaming, I think, is the same. It's like, we got to use reverence and use our intuition to navigate when's the right time for specific, parallels and evolutions. And simply, if you take on too much, you don't honor your sacred boundaries, that's how you fail. It's like, you don't honor the right timing and place for certain things. Anyways, that's just my 2 cents. I think the simplest right, the recurring thing that I see is I'm new. I'm very new to this. Like, this is an invariable truth. Been a YouTuber for 8 months or whatever. I've been streaming for just under that, and
I know that as I'm new, I'm a student of navigating these waters. There's so many ways of how I want this YouTube channel to unravel, and I'd be honored to integrate all these different parallels and functions. But I know for a fact I also got to be, not get too ahead of myself. That's a thing that I notice is a really important thing, is like honor the process and the journey. I'm new to this entire thing. There's things I'm going to learn. There's things that are going to manifest where I'm like, you know what, this is an awesome thing that aligns with what I want to do. And it's also, yeah, it's about just being honest with where I'm at as a YouTuber. Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, you seem dope, dude. I gotta say, genius, from what you've spoken, I'm gonna check out your channel, brother, and absolutely I respect your connection as a trainer, as an athlete. Like that means a lot to me, brother. Like, music is a huge part of my life, as is athletics, training, as is dance. Like all those worlds mean a lot. So I imagine we could definitely like we'll pull those threads, and I think it would be fun to do something, brother. But yeah, again, it's a weird thing. Like I'm not making any limitations of being like yes, no to like any of these ideas of like yes, let's collaborate, let's do it. But it's like I also want to make sure that I'm honoring the process of like I'm really new to this portal, and I want to do so in a way that's like honoring the journey of where I'm going with this. But yeah, I don't know, but we'll see. Yeah. All that being said, I think what's part of what's going to shape a really full perspective, and this has kind of been a parallel that I've expressed a lot, is I have a lot of friends in the real world, like a handful that are creators, people in my immediate community, just, people even that I meet when I meet some of you guys, and I see people reach out for collaborative efforts. I think it's really helpful for me, always, of course. This is, the whole construct of how I've grown my YouTube channel from the beginning, is having healthy points of references, simply just seeing the way that other YouTubers in my niche or other successful YouTubers, giving myself exposure, like interesting. So this is what worked for this guy, or this is how they're carrying out their channel, years down the road with a larger audience. It's like I'm continuously just on this path where I'm organically trying to just connect with other established creators so I can have points of reference, so I can understand how that applies to me. Being again, I'm a new YouTuber. But it makes so much sense to be like, I would love to see what the next vision is or the journey down the road. What's just working? What's working for other YouTubers? So maybe it's like this is my invitation to find that, to explore that. See how other YouTubers do collaborative streams, see how other YouTubers navigate those kind of waters. I'm liking where I'm going with this musically though. This is feeling good. Let's attempt this stream or this loop here. All right. What an interesting shape. Whoa. That was a weird but really cool key shift. Wow. Sweet. Super dope. Super dope. Very nice. Whoa. Gotta catch. Make sure I'm not throwing my instruments around. It's good to walk in balance. The golden means the middle way. Absolutely, brother. I'm no stranger to navigating and juggling complex tasks, so to speak. It's like yeah, I'm not no stranger to that. And YouTube is just a new, beautiful, new exploration of like how I can honor what I do. And in the simplest way, it's kind of what I've been repeating in some context. A lot of succeeding as a creative literally comes down to a very simple thing. It's not like you can complicate it, you can try to intellectualize it. Intellectualizing will probably fail because creative explorations, whether you're a performance artist, YouTuber, whatever, which is a creative exploration, it requires honoring your intuition. Like that's it. You honor your intuition. You wake up, you're like, what is my intuition telling me? And some people, unfortunately, they become very removed from their intuition. Like your intuition is like a intuitive pulse. It's like a pulse of energy that's guiding you one way or another. You don't even have to really think about it. It's like it's telling you either yes or no, or like this is the way, this is the place. And the more you hone it, the more it becomes very clear of how, you can just honor that. So for me, YouTube is like it's a complex flurry of choices, but on the simplest right, all I can do and all I really desire to do is just honor my intuition. What's my intuition saying in this moment? What's it going to continue to say as it unravels? Where is it going to continue to, burst me in certain or burst and pulse in certain directions? And as it does, that's the me. That's the way. And of course, music making is the same way. I'm not trying to force or strategize or intellectualize music. It just happens. Like it happens in a very intuitive way. At least the music I create. Oh, my recording space is low. What do you know about that? Wow. Smells Like Teen Spirit. I do not know how to perform Smells Like Teen Spirit. Great song, though. Great song. We love Nirvana. But never gone on my way to learn to perform Nirvana. I'm just clearing space right now. I gotta clear some space on my computer. Just delete a couple old videos. Hmm. Do videos. What's holding space? Maybe this one? Yeah. Maybe this one? Space. Space and time. Transcending space and time. Reality. uh, do. He says that pathway forest drive download. Huh. Okay. I think we're figuring it out. Figuring out what we gotta do. Huh. Oh, damn. Yeah. Yeah. That's very Buddhist and Aristotelian. Yeah, very nice. I sound like a Spanish singer. Wow. Wow. And yeah, that does sound very Buddhist. It would make sense. I resonate with Zen Buddhism very much. And Taoism. I mean, I take pages from many different philosophical bends, but yeah, brother, intuition, just boom, boom, intuitive pulses, etc. You know, yeah. Welcome, friends. When I was growing up there were artists that were athletes. The two apart have always been a blend of both, and I vibe with similar folks that have both. That's awesome, brother. Absolutely. They complement each other powerfully. When I was training martial arts full time, jiu-jitsu and Muay Thai, like very actively, and I did that for about 6.5 years. Every time I would leave my jiu-jitsu and Muay Thai sessions, I would dance for hours. I would slip into dance flow states. Now I slip into dance flow states all the time now, already, without anything. I do strength training. I can just summon at any time. But when I was younger, I didn't have that level of confidence and fluency with my body. So doing jiu-jitsu and Muay Thai it would awaken it. It would unlock it. And I really think that that ability to be an athlete, but also, yes, be like creatively energized, like circulate creative energy from your athletic, body connected pursuits. That is everything. That's very important. We as humans, we don't, we need creativity. We need to honor our somatic body. It's the same, right? It's almost like I created like a trifecta where I was like training martial arts, dancing like crazy, and then I would, go to raves and dance like crazy from that energy from martial arts, and then I would take all that energy and then I would direct it into music, and writing original music. That's what I did. That's what I did for years. That's what it all really, really started to make sense. And this was like when I was like, 18, 19. That's when I began to do that. Now, as a full grown adult, I do that all day long in various different ways. And it's very natural. But yeah, I feel like part of why I exited training martial arts at the studio that I trained at, because it was a competition gym. It was called Titan MMA. That was the gym. Beautiful facility, phenomenal instructors, very hyper competitive environment, right? It's like Titan MMA was literally a competitive gym. Like it was made for competitive fighters, which is great. And the weird thing was when I started martial arts, at least jiu-jitsu and Muay Thai, um, I started a family gym. Like where I trained was like it was all just homies, good friends. Like when I started, it was a family-oriented gym. It was more so for like hobbyists. Some were professional fighters. It was owned by a few professional fighters, but it was a hobbyist gym. It was a welcome, family-oriented gym. That's what it was. And basically, as I started training martial arts for like 3, 4 years, all the people that I trained with were very close friends. We all became really close friends. A couple of the guys that I trained with were actually from my high school. We literally knew each other from the gym. We were like in the same gym culture. We were friends, and then we're like, oh, word, let's train at the same martial arts facility. So we instantly bonded. We respected the shit out of each other. Like we still do to this day. But the idea is, what happened was, then one of the main core instructors, he got injured. He was doing like a bunch of fights. One of his fights, he got injured, and he had to actually stop instructing. He was the head coach, couldn't facilitate or instruct for like 2 years, a year and a half. He was just completely out of the picture. So a lot of the core guys who were fighters or training for fighters to be fighters, they went to this new place, Titan MMA. And that's where I decided to start training there. And honestly, my favorite training facility ever. I loved the instructors, I loved the passion, I loved the quality of martial artists. But in time, I realized that a lot of these competitive martial artists, especially the ones that were not like truly developed martial artists, they were very egoic. They were very egoic based, right? They didn't have balance. They just didn't have creative balance in their life. They weren't, as I was, like a devoted musician or dancer or acrobatic. Like they just didn't see the larger context of how to integrate their ego in their martial art training. And I feel like in time I realized that these people were not my people. There's a small percentage of people that could put their ego aside, but a lot of the martial artists that I trained with that were competitive fighters, they had a lot of ego, and it never resonated with me. As a young man, I got to a point where I was like, yeah, I can't be around these people anymore. So I exited my path, or parted my ways, decided to train another place and rediscover myself as a, you know, athlete of other pursuits and focus music and focus acrobatics and dance and etc. And then COVID happened like a couple years later, where I was forced to stop training. But then everything, it worked out beautifully. That's when I found my higher path in an even deeper sense. So I guess what I'm saying is, one-dimensional parts of something like, say, training a martial art path can serve you to a certain degree, but it's also limiting. Like, you have to learn to see the higher path of what you're pursuing, what's meant for you. And if you do, you'll be blessed. You'll find yourself unlock powerful truths. And that's what training martial arts for all those years, after I transmuted the energy and directed it into free-form creative expressions, and now still do to this day, it's like we can all split open our journeys to multi-dimensional experiences. Like, we're not confined to this one singular dimension. And I truly see, as a performance artist, we should not ever try to desire to confine ourselves, force one singular one-dimensional element. That's not how you're going to truly become the best, I'd say, expressionist or artist of what you desire to become. Certainly a synthetic dialect in the conversation between both Genius. Interesting. Between both, genius. Nice. A synthetical. Interesting. I like that. Yeah. A synthetical dialogue, yes, between the creative and the athletic or the artist. Really so. Very much so, Daniel. I agree, brother. Let's lower that a little bit because I think that was for the flute. Let's do flute stuff, though. That was cool. I think that turned out very well. Appreciate you, Amy. Yes, yes. That's true genius. They can be separate worlds, and Ashe embodies both. Amazing. It's really, yeah. I believe deeply in, I believe deeply in the balance. Like, especially as men, as all human beings. Like when I meet athletes and artists alike, I'm immediately like, yes, like this person gets it. But especially as a man, to integrate masculinity in the core expression of, say, training martial forms, but then also honoring your expression and allowing yourself to intuitively integrate that. It's definitely like a very harmonious thing. It's almost like an ancient. This is why I love Taoism type stuff, like ancient Taoist type, like ancient Buddhist or Shaolin monks. When you look at like a Shaolin monk, they're a very strong example of, I think, integrated martial forms. And I'll be perfectly honest, that's where a lot of this goes. Like basically everything I'm speaking to is when I train martial arts in a competitive gym, some people you would hold ego, they were maybe disintegrated masculine energy or etc. etc. I realized there was a higher path of training as a martial artist. And I needed to find that. Now I still am on that path. I'm a acrobatic fire performer, dancer, whatever. I've trained at, tricking parkour gyms where I could see a bridging worlds, but basically I'm trying to still find a sacred context evoked in martial arts. And maybe it's going to take me time where I have to travel the world probably. Or if I go to like a Shaolin temple, there's actually a Shaolin temple where I want to train, where this Shi Heng Yi Shaolin temple where you train qigong and you do Shaolin martial arts and you sit in a beautiful ancient Shaolin temple and etc etc. You train the philosophies and you connect all these things. That's where I feel like that's my martial path. It's not to train with a bunch of hyper competitive masculine hyper masculine sort of like trained fighters. Some of them are phenomenal human beings, like don't get me wrong, a lot of them are just passionate, devoted, incredible human beings. But I realized early on, I was like, I don't think this is where I'm meant to be. I want people that are more spiritually connected to the martial path, the martial arts path. And I know it's going to take me time to get there. That's part of being a YouTuber is I'm like, all right, you know what, I'm going to fund myself to travel to Thailand and train martial arts in the remote areas of Thailand while making money and eating Thai food. And it's like it all kind of comes into this deeper context where I desire to connect sacredly with everything I do. And the path is more important than the destination, so to speak. It's not like I'm like, all right, I need to be spiritually fulfilled, or I need to be a martial artist, or I need to be XYZ professional musician. I'm more interested about the path that takes me there. I'm more interested in an alignment, a sacred alignment of how I find these things. And YouTube inherently just happens to be actually a part of that sacred alignment, without a shadow of a doubt. I've seen this over and over again. YouTube in a higher context, like the capital context of YouTube, is a part of the sacred path that will connect the dots between, just even just having a resource to be like, you know what, I'm going to go train martial arts in, this Shaolin temple, or go to, sit by the beaches and write music, or blah, 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 blah. Just the parallels are so connected where on the deepest level, I just want to have the freedom to find whatever it is I'm seeking that is beyond the one-dimensional narratives of, what British Columbia may offer. And maybe British Columbia does offer it. I don't know. This we'll see. Let's see how behind I am in the comments. Deleted, deleted, deleted. Hey, like that. We love those gray deletions. Spam getting deleted. Hey, beautiful. My fitness channel is new. I don't grow tips for anyone. I do characters and some on training videos. I wear a hockey mask and sometimes do skits. Interesting. Never seen the music channel. Yes, you can see here who I am if you want to. Yeah. Yeah. That's fair. I mean, that's fair. Let's. I would say there's a few things. There's a few things I could offer, like if you desire to hear my unsolicited advice, like I think the most important thing on growing a YouTube channel, like invariably, you obviously got to be consistent. You got to have a strategy. Blah blah blah. Make good content invariably, but the most important thing, if you're going to be a fitness YouTuber or if you're going to be a musician YouTuber or whatever you want to do, is you got to have a vision, like a true vision. I say this with like almost like an absolute energy, where it's not like you can be like, but maybe I have a bit of vision or like a little bit of vision or like, maybe I'll gain a vision at some point. It's like if you don't have a vision, like a capital V vision, you're like, all right, I'm going to be a successful YouTuber. I'm going to grow a community of XYZ, maybe athletes, and I'm going to help people. I'm going to, like, it doesn't mean you have to have it all figured out, but you need to be a visionary. Like, you need to believe in your vision with such unapologetic tenacity that every day you wake up and you're like, I'm going to succeed because I've already succeeded. And again, you don't have to heed my words. You don't have to take the exact path or perspective or advice that I'm offering. But I'm saying is, in my opinion, having a vision is the core thing that will translate into success in YouTube. And sometimes, like here's the kicker, sometimes having a vision takes years of simply developing and cultivating. Like this is the thing. This may be, not the thing a lot of people want to hear, but this is the truth. Sometimes having a vision literally is not about creating your YouTube channel. It's not about being, all right, let's go, let's create a YouTube and figure it out after. It's about being, no, let's step aside. Let's maybe re-strategize our entire idea of a channel and cultivate your vision. Cultivate and actually work hard, grind, integrate, develop yourself as a creator or whatever you desire to be. Like develop yourself and then take action on that vision. Like this is the thing, it's a hard pill to swallow for some, but I say this with utmost honesty, is like some people, the most genuine, I'd say, successful or functional thing they can do is step back. And it's not because, they're not meant to be in the stance of a creator. It's because they haven't successfully cultivated their vision, their intention. Like I'm telling you, as a guy that I've had this channel live for 8.5 months, I've spent years, if not longer, cultivating all the skills, cultivating my intention, my vision. Like without a shadow of doubt, I knew that I trusted the sacred path. And now this isn't saying, this doesn't, define your journey. This isn't me saying like, okay, now you must cultivate. This is speaking to you. Just take these words with a grain of salt. But I'm telling you, a lot of people don't like to swallow that pill of being like, okay, maybe you're meant to be a YouTuber right now. Maybe you're supposed to take 5-6 months and cultivate your vision. Maybe you have done the core fallacy that a lot of creators have done, where they think that they're just going to create a YouTube channel with no vision, with no awareness of what they're actually doing, and they look at their, they try, they put out their content, or they have a strategy, but they're not even in the phase of action. They're in the phase of cultivation, and then they associate thinking, oh damn, I tried, but I failed, even though you weren't even in the actual phase of action yet. You will succeed still. You have the ability to, but you need to honor the process. And for many people, I can confidently say is they're not in the phase of action. They're in the cultivation phase. And if you've honored the cultivation phase, like, you know what, I know my vision, it's clear as day, I am ready to present and create something beautiful, then there you are, it is your time. And that's the only reason I'm in the place I'm in at all. I mean, there's a lot of reasons I could say objectively, but I'm in the perfect, synchronized, divine timing, if you will, of my action phase. I've been cultivating for years. My intention is like, again, I've spoken this openly, I can stumble ass backwards into a stream and I'll have intention just flowing through, just surging through. Like I'll stumble backwards into, oh yeah, but this intention, that intention, this musical expression, this connection of whatever. And it's because this is a vision that's been cultivating for years. And it's not because it takes years and years and years. It shouldn't take forever. But if you're really in a place where you've honored the phase of cultivating, like you're like, you know what, this is the phase of action, this is the phase of cultivation, and you developed your vision, the sacred alignment will translate. Like you will see yourself seeing yourself received because your vision is so overwhelmingly clear and powerful that it then manifests. And this is, again, this isn't just about YouTube. This occurs in everything. This occurs literally in everything. YouTube is just an extension of this. But I hope that makes sense. We have cultivation stages, we have action phases. Some of us, we may fail to see that. This doesn't mean stop doing YouTube, doesn't mean like you're going to not be a YouTuber, but it means honor the phase of cultivating your vision. If you don't have a vision, you need to cultivate it. You need to nourish yourself. You need to really honor yourself. Honor the vision of focusing your energy on yourself to become the fullest expression of yourself. So then the vision flows through. It comes to you. It's a sacred journey. Anyways, that's some unsolicited advice for you. Hope it makes sense because I think it's so important. Because, I don't know, I'm navigating these waters as I am, but I notice a lot of these things. As a man that's devoted his life, the last 8 months, to being a YouTuber, seen some success, I'm like, wow, this is really cool. But it's no surprise to me. I've spent years and years understanding, studying my niche, studying what I feel like my vision is, crystallizing my vision, and I still do this. Like, I'm sitting here, not to stroke my own ego, I'm looking like 10, if not 100 steps ahead. Like, I'm looking at, and not like tangibly, but I'm looking at it being like, yes, you know what the next phase is? I'm planning a trip here. I'm cultivating this next dimension. I'm trying to create the highest quality dimension of this and that. Like, I'm literally giving myself permission to have a very enhanced vision of what I'm seeing in the future. And it's not, again, it's not about become fixated on like, okay, this has to happen, but it's knowing for a shadow of a doubt that there is no limitations in my mind. Like, sky is the limit. You know, it's like if I desire to manifest the most intense, most ambitious vision, my brain doesn't have like a sea of limitations where it's drowning under it, being like, oh, but this, but this excuse, but this limiting belief, this limiting belief. I've already woven through these limiting beliefs. For my brain, all it sees is potential. All it sees is higher visions. And that's a process that I've had to cultivate. I don't know, maybe friends, like the core story is just take a week off social media, do some magic mushrooms, go read an Osho book, and then come back and see what happens. Whatever your heart's telling you. A very Virgo. Heck yeah, Virgo. Virgo. Temple, yes. Beauty. My fitness channel. So running an animation channel is tough. Mostly rewards consistency, which is hard when it comes to handwritten and 2D animation. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Again, I don't... The temple, it's like... All I can say is, if I were like objectively observing your unique journey, there likely is, because yeah, brother, YouTube, being a YouTuber, again, this is the sort of thing I'm just speaking to, is it's an uphill journey. There's a high learning curve, etc., etc. There's many variables that may look like they're seemingly impossible, but the idea is your mind has to basically see nothing but opportunities in the ability to learn and grow and expand. It's like you got to basically develop an indomitable will. What that looks like to you and to me is different. Like for me, you know, as I was growing my channel, I changed my niche in many ways. Like I had 3 different YouTube channel ideas. One was, you know, being a fitness influencer, doing performance art stuff, like fire, acrobatic things. The second was me teaching like loving. This was what my mentor literally showed me. The mentor that is running a multi-million subscriber channel. He basically was my mentor for several months that showed me how to succeed as a YouTuber teaching dance, like loving. Then I like expanded off of that, trying to bridge the worlds with performance art this, and then I had the idea, you know what, I'm going to take what I've learned from my mentor, apply it to guitar. And that's how I began this channel. I was like, you know what, I'm going to take the busking act of what I do musically and then create unique, creative, improvised, meditative sound journeys. And then I realized, you know what if I broaden my audience and expand into teaching people guitar using the same model of how I taught people dance and how my mentor succeed on YouTube, but I do that with guitar. And then I took this model of how I was like, okay, I'm building momentum. It took me multiple months to get to 50 subscribers. And then I got to a point where I got to 100, just creating shorts, trying long format, trying shorts. Like, it's like there is a way that you can use the skills that you have more creatively. There's a way you can strategize and make the momentum work for you. Now, again, the bottom line is maybe it takes a bit of time, a bit of ingenuity. Maybe it takes like rebranding certain elements of what you do. And it's not about discarding your vision as you can do well. You will, if you really desire to succeed with your animation construct. You honestly make great animations, brother. Like, I love what you're doing. I think you deserve to succeed, truthfully. And musically, I love what you're doing as well. Compliments well, you're gonna succeed in that. But the reality of it's like, how, if you desire to be like, all right, we're running a YouTube, we're gonna succeed. What's this gonna look like to like somehow open those doors, like unlock those doors that can step you through the next portal that will then launch you into now where you're like, oh right, we're in the phase of where your animation has traction and wind. Again, these are just thoughts. You don't have to do anything I'm saying. But it's like, I'm just saying from my personal experience, I've had to be openly honest with rebranding, with taking different directions in a similar niche, but a different niche, and then looking at it being like, okay, how can I piece together all these different parts of my vision so it becomes cohesive? And then fast forward as we are today, I'm basically doing the whole embodiment of everything I've desired to do as YouTube. I talk about philosophy, I talk about fitness, I'm basically embodying movement coaching things, but I also teach people guitar. I do live performance, I do live meditative journeys, all things that I've hit niches of and desired to be a YouTuber for. And alongside that, I do something even further, which I don't even know. It's how this channel is growing and people are community building and I'm growing a brand around what is a Shay. Like, this has been such a wild journey that has taken so much exploration. But what I'm saying is it's okay to be experimental. It's okay to look at what you're doing right now as a bridger of worlds into whatever your next phase of your creator journey, that even is just bringing you to bridge worlds to the larger vision of what you desire to do. Because again, what you're doing is phenomenal, brother. Like, you have something beautiful. And to work with the unique parallel that is YouTube, it could be simple. It could be like this is a weird thing. Like, hear me out, brother. It's like, when you're new to YouTube, a lot of YouTube is almost like, because this is what I thought about when I was very new, right? And this is what worked for me, is when I started making YouTube videos, I was making shorts that were meditative sound journeys. This is what I performed. I did meditative journeys that were inspired from video games and movie scores. This is what I did. I remixed these songs. I would make original improv based on. Part of the reason I did this is because in YouTube, there is an invariable massive audience that is present in these themes. If I go like, hey, hashtag Lord of the Rings, hashtag Game of Thrones remix, I create a live meditative journey based off Game of Thrones, based off Lord of the Rings, based off Harry Potter, which I love all these things. I love them deeply. And I create an original remix off of that. That triggers, the keywords trigger the algorithm on YouTube. And I was going from getting like 100 views to getting like immediately 1,500 views. So like, that's not great, it's not bad. But when you're like 20 subscribers in, going from like 100 views to 1,500 to 2,000 views to getting subscribers, that was the key to the door. It's almost like you got to look into like how you can think of what is trending or what is already present in the YouTube algorithm. Like, that's probably where the phase you're at. It's like, how can you almost make what you already love that is also relevant on a massive scale in YouTube's algorithm, and how can you orient the content you create around some sort of thing? Like, even you create content that's very philosophical, right? It's very philosophical, it's a beautiful story, it's very original, you have music infused. What if you were to be like, you know what, this is an example, like maybe this movie score or this sound is inspired by maybe an ancient philosopher, or like if the context is, or as you are, like one of your stories was inspired by like an ancient Japanese story. What if there was like an ancient, philosopher or a thing that's massive on YouTube that you literally just said keyword this, and then what you did was inspired from this thing that's trending in the algorithm, and you're using that as a launch off point to let people find you. Because once people find you, like once people are like, oh, this guy does exist, you're on the map, the algorithm recognizes you, that is when you can now have full creative freedom. You get an audience of people that support you. And then down the road, months and months of grinding it out, then you're in a place where like, you know what, I can now explore even further creative freedoms. But it's about intelligently analyzing what is relevant in the YouTube algorithm and then seeing what you love to do and then utilizing that. That's how you succeed as a content creator. I think I'm going to clip that because that was a good talk. But but I hope that makes sense, brother, because that's what I did. That's how you can look back to my early channel ideas. It's exactly what I did. And that's how I gained subscribers, going from like 10 subscribers or 0 subscribers to get to 20, eventually to 30, to 50. And then I discovered, I was like, you know what, I can live stream where I make music and I do the same thing that I do, but I do it live. So people can then find my videos and create this traction over and over again. Yeah. There's so many ways to succeed, brother. And the key thing that I'm trying to emulate is if you can intelligently like bridge worlds with what you already do well and find ways to like almost make it relevant to what's trending in the larger algorithm, even in this most subtle way. That is how people succeed and blow up their videos. I've never become viral. I've gotten like 5K views at most on a short, but think of it. Some people, they become viral because they just create some sort of weird, quirky, unique emanation of something that's already blown up on the YouTube sphere or whatever it is. It's like TikTok's a perfect example. I don't like TikTok a whole lot, but TikTok is a master class on trends. That is, you go on TikTok, they're blowing up all these different weird viral things. Some of it's just weird as shit. But the fact is you can learn a lot by observing the algorithms of what is blowing up, on a larger scale. It's like, oh, people are really enjoying, I don't know, whatever weird stuff they're enjoying. I don't follow trends. I like to make trends. But the fact of the matter is, like, yeah, if you can study, things that are blowing up, community bases that are massive already, like Lord of the Rings, like Game of Thrones. Like, I've never even seen Game of Thrones, but I love the music, so I'll recreate stuff off of Game of Thrones. And that, for whatever reason, is what gained me traction when I was going from 0 to 20 to 30 to 50 subscribers. Like, it's literally just thinking outside the box. Like, how can you use what is already succeeding in YouTube already to your advantage to build traction, to then translate to building your audience and letting your audience find you. And then once your audience has found you, you have way more creative freedom. Yeah. You're not wrong. Not wrong about brain rot blowing up. That being said, it's a farce. It's a farce, Amy. I'm kind of really behind in the comments, but let's go backwards. Running an animation channel. So yeah, that was me responding to Temple, and I believe in you, dog. Like, I really do. We'll check out your channel, Genius. Yeah, I'd love to check out Genius's channel. Like, I honestly, the passion for his fitness, it connects with me. Like, I would love you, feel like you're one of the homies that I would love to run into at the gym. Like, I run into people at the gym all the time, younger, older people, and we just sit there and talk about fitness and motivation and inspiration. Like, I'd love to, yeah, that'd be like, that's why I feel connected. Like, it'd be cool to like connect more and talk about some sort of future collaboration. Because yeah, if you're just like a homie that we could just talk about fitness, super dope idea. Here I am, name is Bob, aka number 5. Nice, Genius Tracks. Ah, there you are, there you are. Shout out number 5. Shout out number 5 Fitness. Your flute is tuned a little different than the guitar. No, if my flute is not tuned entirely different. It's a pan flute. So the pan flute exists in two. This is a key. This is a different key. So, and also it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is the difference between, I think it's C major and E major. So the arrangement of a pan flute makes it so you have to be very conscious of key shifting, or else it's like you are in technically a different key. And sometimes I'll just key shift unintentionally. I broke the 4th wall again. I'm 2 subscribers in 1. Yeah. Well, I hope everything I said about Temple, was just saying broadly, it applies tenfold to, like, if you're new as shit to YouTube, do not fret. Don't stress and be like, damn, I gotta figure out how to, I don't know, remake the wheel or whatever. But take what I said with a grain of salt. Honor what is already succeeding in YouTube. See the way you can intelligently use keywords. Keywords are your friends. You know, relevant trending things like, oh, word, you know, this massive movie franchise or this massive fan base around this huge cult following book thing, whatever, and, you know, ways that you can creatively engage in, assuming you're a creative person. Or if you're a fitness influencer, I've been drawn to being a fitness influencer. I will probably create a fitness influencer channel after I succeed as a YouTuber in this niche. The idea is if you want to become a fitness influencer, be like hashtag handstand push-up if you do those, which I do. Hashtag flip, hashtag Chris Heria, you know, trend, or hashtag this. Like, you gotta like see the way that you can use the existing success in YouTube to be a launch off point, especially when you're new. If you can do that, you will see incremental success to when you get to a point where, for me, again, I'm 8.5 months in, and most of my journey has popped off about 3 months in. It took me so long. It took me 2.5 months to go from 0 to like 40 or 50 subscribers. And that was the hardest part. If you can get over that like initial grind where you're making yourself find your audience, then you're gonna really go places. Anyways, the modern Shaolin monks are unfortunately not what we think. It's such a big industry of tourism and foreigners, and a lot of money are pouring in. I could see that. I could see that, Temple. Like, you're not wrong, dog. It is a business, yeah. That being said, I don't know if you're familiar with Shi Heng Yi. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Shi Heng Yi. True and also pure monks. They're good Shaolin Temple monks. They're not publicized. Yeah, I always have to say, I don't know if Shi Heng Yi is actually in that publicized, commercialized realm. But I'd like to believe, yeah, I think I could find the good Shaolin temples, like the ones that are more so just about actually developing, like, it's like going to a communal where you work there. You know, it's like a trade for time and money, and you learn Qigong, and maybe you pay a bit for this and that. But yeah, I think you just gotta really gotta seek and find. I appreciate you listening, brother. Again, I'm glad you guys are listening, and I'm glad you know, were open to hearing my perspective, because I was like, again, what I just said, I'll probably clip what I just said and share that, because it's dead honest. Like, the 0 to 40, 50 journey of what I did was a strategy. It succeeded, fortunately, but it took a lot of like thinking outside the box. But you get to these key conclusions. A lot of what I said, I was just studying YouTube success and YouTube marketing, and these are universal truths. Like, it is like you get to a benchmark, like, okay, here we are here. Okay, strategy took me here. All right, new strategy. Here we are. And it's not like a gimmick. It's not like a gimmick strategy. It's an actual, genuine way of succeeding by seeing, okay, if I'm at 0 to 20 or 0 to 50, there is a plan that will succeed. It's having a plan, I guess, less than a, yeah, a strategy. Strategy as well. But then it's like from 50 to 100, requires a different strategy. Maybe you want to be doing live streams. Maybe you're new to live streams, so live streaming will work. So you got to focus on some shorts content to blow up your live stream audience, and then eventually your live stream audience gets a little bit of traction, and then you got to focus on maybe the next window and the next window. And it's like, you really got to, like, truly, again, I could say it simply, it's about having a vision, which is very true. The vision is what's going to keep you eager. It's gonna make you motivated. We're gonna wake up every day and be like, oh yeah, like, it doesn't matter how hard this is gonna be, my vision is still alive and clear. You know, maybe it's like, again, in my mind, my vision is everything that I've spoken of like what a Shay means to me, of what the community, what the authentic presence, authentic communication, all the years of what's unraveled into me successfully being able to become a creator. And as it's going through the point where I now am a creator and will be in the next 5-6 months, as I get monetized, start to travel and do all these things, like, it's all the same vision. It's all been the same vision the entire time. And once you have that vision, you become unstoppable. But again, the process, the journey, honoring, studying YouTube, that's a you thing. That's on you to be like, all right, like, let's be ambitious and study and be open and be a student of this. Anyways, I'll put a pin in that. Very Virgo of you, Ashe. Haha, yeah. I broke the fourth wall again. True and pure monks. Yeah, I love where your guys' mind's at. Like, deadass, nice and grounded. Very Virgo. You need to do a business plan for your channel, just like any business. Yeah, yeah. It's like, I swear, I've spoken this very openly. That was a part of my little 2 cents. Is I had a friend, and I've spoken this, many times, who believed in me. He's a dude from Hawaii who's an extremely successful content creator, in various platforms. He literally just reached out, added me to his Facebook group, and he spent like 5, 6 months bouncing things back and forth because we were in the same niche. I was teaching dance, which is another thing I'm very passionate about. It's light gloving, tutting. This was literally my first niche. This is before I did this. I tried to succeed on TikTok. I was trying to create a YouTube based on this. Didn't do it for very long because I instantly realized there's a better niche for me, which is, of course, music. Using the same model of how I was teaching dance, but doing it to guitar. Something I never in my wildest dreams thought I'd do because I was like, that's too easy. That's too obvious. Like, I can do that, all day long. But the idea was that I instantly realized that this dude, he believed in me, and it set course for what I feel my next phase of my journey is. I want to basically just believe in other creators as much as I can. I'm obviously still a new creator myself. I haven't achieved even a monocle of my larger dimension of success. But I think once I do succeed as a creator, you can bet without a shadow of a doubt, I'm going to be pulling threads and throwing out, advice and perspective of how I've succeeded to help people. Not even just about giving them advice, but letting people know that I believe in them. Like, someone believed in me. This is why I'm at exactly where I'm at right now. And he, like, really believed in me. And he knew what he was doing. Like, he was succeeded in every metric of how he succeeded as a content creator. Didn't need to do what he did, but he just did it because he was like, you know what, I'm going to help grow this community. I want to help create other good quality creators and push this art form. Like, he just genuinely had a good intention. So yeah, I feel like part of my vision in the future, once I get some metric of success, will be to try to basically just help other creators grow. Like, literally be like, hey, like, you can do this, it's up to you ultimately, but like, it is very valuable to basically have like a level of like, coaching for yourself in various rights. Anyways, as a Pisces, I swim in all the possibilities. That's wild. Well, we love Pisces. I love Pisces. I think I'm a Pisces moon or Pisces. I'm either Pisces moon or Pisces rising. I don't even know. I think I'm Pisces rising, Aquarius moon. I don't know. I'm not very familiar with astrology. My partners have always told me, they've given me my charts and I'll just kind of take it with a grain of salt. But Pisces are dope. And that's dope as fuck. Pisces seem like very creative and passionate. Like, if I have the moon, if I'm not mistaken, of Pisces, I draw influence from that in my creative expressions, but my Virgo Leo cusp mentality is it's very powerful from what I understand. I think moon signs are telling. Would love to know Shay's moon sign if he knows. Maybe you have 3 channels of Shay. Just don't sleep. Yeah. Honestly, well, that's the thing is I'm certain, Amy. Yeah, I'm a Virgo Leo. Like, my sign is August 24th. I'm a Virgo Leo cusp. So if you want to understand, I'm a Virgo, and I'm on the cusp of Leo. So I draw influence from the Leo dimensions. I'm an Earth sign. I draw fire, and again, I think I'm Aquarius moon, and then rising's Pisces. So Pisces is like naturally, it's very creative, very eccentric. And that's I don't know. I'm not a massive knower of astrology, but water signs, Wingardium Leviosa, inspiration is everywhere. Okay. I love Harry Potter. You seem like a very resonant woman, Amy. Like, you seem like, yeah, you're definitely, yeah, I like you. Unfortunately, a lot of brain rot flows on. That's why people's names are insane. I got 600 subscribers, but yeah. Yeah, it's honestly, brother, you're surely on the quest. Your content rocks. Like, it is. Like, I've watched your content, and I like it. Like, it's good. It's got potential to do great stuff. Like, really, it's like, and it's surely like, now it comes down to how can you like see the exact phase you're in, creates a little bit of momentum or strategy to attract your audience, and then you'll be unstoppable. Like, consistently nail some metrics of being like, oh damn, here's a little bit of incremental success, and like really with the awareness behind how you can hit these metrics or whatever it is that will blow up, and then it's like, yeah, unstoppable. But anyway, Suppache like the cutoff. The cutoff. Nice. You mean, yeah, this is a basketball jersey. Basketball jersey. With the pan flute, I mean the fine tune, like the sense off. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, that's funny. That was a part of what I was desiring to focus. I could technically succeed in ASMR if I was just like, I don't know, saying some stuff or creating really chill, gentle music. I'll be perfectly honest, I think AI has oversaturated a lot of these like meditative ASMR-esque type stuff. Anyways, I'll roll down. I'll roll down to the start. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. I hear you, number 5. I'm still. Let's see how behind I am. Okay, we're not that behind on the comments. So that's the pan flute. Yeah, what is good, Living Dead? Welcome. What's good, Australia? Welcome, Australia. Blessings from Canada, brother. I don't know how many people could rock a cutoff with such a nice. I don't know. I don't care. Like that's the beauty. Is like the hat is like universally just a part of myself. You know, matches the bandana, matches the whatever's going on. But yeah, it's like the cutoff legs is like a basketball jersey. That's just I'm just comfortable. Like that's the idea. Is I'm whatever I'm wearing, I'm comfortable in what I'm wearing. Like this is just comfortable. This is like breathes very well. I'm not wearing my hat or my jacket because it's just comfortable. I'm comfortable like this. But I like rocking the hat because it's also expressive. So yeah, this is a look that probably doesn't technically work, but I don't give a fuck. Amazing. So Any coming with the flower pot. Amy come with the flower pot. Yeah, she's a very yes. This is in character. Thanks, dog. Thank you, Miguel. You're cool too, dog. I'm running out of species of flowers. Here to treat my ears again. I got you, brother. Making some key shift mistakes. But yeah, I'm getting a bit ambitious with these parts. I'm running out of species of that. Ryan, your advice is definitely solid. Yeah, thank you for listening, brother. Honestly, from one, desiring to be fitness influencer in some realm, I believe in you, brother. I really believe in fitness influence as a whole. It's a huge part. Like I was extremely inspired from Chris Heria, and I to this day, my journey, my path is clear. I'm desiring to be. I'm growing a YouTube channel, gonna blow it up, gonna succeed, guitar YouTuber, philosopher, shenanigans, whatever. I'll have all these little subcategories. The next realm will be there's gonna be an Instagram or a freaking my YouTube. That'll be a side channel. That's pure fitness, movement coaching, talking about everything you can imagine, but it all bridges worlds, right? But it's like I commend you, brother, and like it's a good mission, it's a good quest, brother. And I hope, that means of, yeah, utilizing these larger trending things. This is simple stuff. Like being like, bang, hashtag backflips, whatever. I trained backflips for a while, like, tricking backflips. That is an insanely trendable thing. If I do literally anything, that's part of why in my video about cold plunges, in the first like quarter of a second, I did a little blip of me doing a backflip because I knew for a fact when I was creating content on my performance channel, anything related to backflips, I would just do like a little kick into a backflip on a beach, or I'd do a performance or fire performance where I'd do a little backflip or some crazy trick, and immediately it would blow up. I would get like 5, 10 times the amount of views because people love backflips, and it's that easy. I mean, backflips aren't easy, obviously, but find what is like people are immediately see and they're like, oh damn, like let's engage. Like this is quality content, and yeah. So hey, what's my main genre? My main genre is probably what I would consider finger style, classic influenced, flamenco influenced, uh, yeah, acoustic guitar. So like modern fingerstyle guitar, like Andy McKee, John Gom, Alexander Misko, and Marcin. I keep forgetting his last name, but Marcin, you know, the guy with the hair, all in that style. Yeah, Pisces, Leo's action makes sense. Yeah, my highest expression of self, I think, is rooted within how I channel from Leo. Like I'm very fiery when I am like honoring my highest expression of self. So it makes sense. Virgo's rooted, introspective. Leo is like fire, and like my expression is surely like a. It's why I'm like such a wild. Like you don't really maybe this flows through in my YouTube channel, but in the real world, I'm like a wild contrast, like in a very healthy way, where I can be extremely grounded and rooted and introspective and analytical and psychoanalytical, but I'm also very good at like being very like engaging and tenacious and just like really, it's like I have a very good balance of how I experience my reality. And it's just, this is what my highest expression of self is. It's like honoring, we would say, the masculine and the feminine in some regard, where it's like, it's balanced. Leo's the action, fire. I don't really believe in astrology, but never said it fails me. Honestly, I believe in it. I just don't think about it a lot. I don't really like study it. I'm not, say, a student of it. What's good, OTP? Welcome, brother. All right, let's create something beautiful. Let's do some looping here. Yeah, and Levius is not Leviosa. Oh, damn. Yeah, Leviosa, not Levi. It's Leviosa. God damn. Explaining the simple term lingo, how does the position of planets influence your personality? I mean, I think, if I were to look at it objectively, I think astrology has merit. Not because of, I don't know, I don't study it. I'm not really like that in depth with it. But if you think of it, the law of one explains, right? The law of one, this is maybe a little bit of a long talk, but in the law of one, it perfectly explains how we're in a giant web of cosmic frequencies and vibrations. Like you think about it, like we're in the earth, right? The earth has chi, as energy flowing through. We're energetic beings, energy is buzzing around everywhere. You zoom out outside of the earth. You look in the planets that are at large, the galaxies at large. It's also made up of this giant web of frequencies and vibrations. Like that's just how everything is, right? Think of this. So we, as a human species, we're on a planet. This planet that has all humans inside of it, we're all being influenced by the vibrations and frequencies that are all basically operating on a zoomed out structure. So what's occurring, in the larger construct of the universe, in the cosmos, all these different, webs of frequencies and vibrations, this is occurring on a larger scale. This is why they explain that we as human beings are moving from the 3D into the 4D, into eventually into the 5D, right? And it's not necessarily, I think the law of one explains, it's not dimensions, it's density. We're going from 3D density to 4D and beyond. And the idea is, the reason for this is because the human species, the last 100 years especially, we've made a massive astrological shift in what's occurring in the larger web of frequencies and vibrations. It's occurring on an astrological level. Like there's a giant shift. And we as humans, we are just a product. We're in an earthly plane that is literally being influenced by the larger frequencies and vibrations that is occurring on a larger level. So yes, it makes perfect sense that if there's this larger web of frequencies and vibrations, and also chemical, materia, and I don't know, all these different things that are influencing us, this is what we're trying to design and make sense of. Like you're like, oh, Mars has a construct of a different frequency and alignment to the constellation of how the stars are. It's like almost like, I think astrology is actually trying, it's an ancient mapping of something that is far more complex and intricate, like almost scientifically and vibrationally, almost like more metaphysically rooted than a lot of us begin to give it credit for. Like it's not just saying like, okay, the stars are in this place and the Venus is aligned with that place or Mars. It's like it's speaking of actual like metaphysical and even scientific truths, but it's trying to summarize it in an ancient way of how we as ancient astrologers or whatever, or horologists tried to design how we connect to the stars. Because yes, invariably we're influenced by the stars, influenced by the planets. Like that's just invariable truth. It's just that's how we are. We're all made up of vibrations and frequencies. That is just like the larger construct of how these vibrations and frequencies operate on the larger construct. So if we are in fact being influenced by what astrology is, being mapped out from ancient systems of astrology, they're surely trying to explain things that are confirmed by metaphysics, like modern metaphysics and modern science, that they were just trying to explain with their ancient technology, which is just like, okay, you as this in the Virgo, cluster of Pisces, of this cluster of what this galaxy and this thing. Again, I'm not a astrologer. I don't study astrology at all, but I think it makes a lot of sense. Like even if you just understand how we're vibrations, we're frequencies, everything in the universe is frequencies and vibrations. Everything is operating and influencing and creating this greater flux of this like dance. It's the same way we're dancing, we're creating this ebbing and flowing, we're creating this what's the word? It's like we're flowing, we're birthing and deathing the waves of the ebbs and flows of what's going on in the larger construct of the universe. We're just a reflection of it, all the way down to the cellular level, and it's like it's all relevant, It makes perfect sense. Let's go back to the start of where, okay, I'm going to get to the refreshing. Going to get to the refresher. Going to get to the refresher. Going to get to the start of the comments. Going to get there. We're just about there. We're getting there. We're there. This piece of that. Amazing. Astrology. Yes. Yes, astrology. Astrology. One of the most uplifting and positive human beings on YouTube. Hey, thank you, friend. Can someone explain clearly? So that's what we were speaking to. How reliable astrology? That's the thing is, I don't think we need to understand or believe astrology for it to function. Like that's what blows my mind. It's the same thing, without going on a million tangents, it's the same thing as with karma, I think. Karma is like a universal law that operates without our awareness or belief of it existing or not. That's how karma, like if we think karma, like, oh yeah, do good things, say good things happen. That's not karma. Karma's not that way. No, like the ancient Buddhists and like the Zen philosophies explain that a lot of what we think karma is not what it is. And karma, again, it's like a universal law that operates in a very intricate way that operates whether we believe in how it works or not. And I think astrology is the same way. It's a universal law that unravels in a very intricate way that a lot of us, we try to misconcept it. We're like, oh yes, but this is how this is working. Even though we're completely bypassing the actual nature, the universal law of how it actually is unraveling. I'm just so into these chords, man. How many hours we've been here? 2.5. Pretty good. Doesn't feel like 2.5. Yeah. We might have to go for a second cold plunge round at some point, just to kind of awaken. Shout out from Lowa. Nice. Shout out Lowa. Iowa. I don't know why I read it the way. Shout out Iowa. It works perfectly, your style. I think it does. This matches this in a way. This just is its own thing. I got muscle definition that just matches the whole look. I don't know. It doesn't really, yeah. It's just patterns, maybe. OTP astrology is silly. There's no scientific grounding. Yeah, again, I don't know. I think I've never thought about astrology in the way I just explained. I think it makes sense. Yeah. But again, the caveat that I'll say in relation to astrology is, like I kind of just articulated, it's actually similar to the law of karma, I would say, in the way people misconceive it. I really believe this. And we don't have to look very far. You see a person, they're like, oh yes, I study astrology, and then they're just like making definite statements when they don't understand that the laws of astrology, again, this is more so relating to the laws of karma, but I think they're maybe similar. They operate in a universal law that often people misconcept. And just because you believe You're like, oh yes, but because of this, this is occurring based on my limited belief system of blah, 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 blah. That doesn't actually dictate how these things operate. Like, that's the universal truth. Again, this is what the law of karma from the ancient Zen Buddhist book I read. It was like Zen Psychotherapy. Beautiful book. Whole chapter on karma. Karma does not operate the way we think it is. And it's beautiful. Because a lot of people, you think, oh yes, I'm karmically aligned. You could believe you're karmically or morally aligned. You're like, oh yeah, based on karma, blah, 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 this will happen. Karma will operate the way it's going to operate no matter what. Whether you think, you're like, oh yes, but I'm karmically aligned because my actions were this and that. Maybe it could be the truth. But the deeper truth of it is karma is going to operate in a universal law that is beyond what you believe it is or not. And that's what's so beautiful. And even further, karma has a very distinct way. It's called karmic, uh, karmic freezing, karmic pausing, and karmic death. Where karma doesn't operate where it's like, okay, you do good things, bad things happen, or you do good things happen, or do bad things happen. Not at all how karma works. Karma is a lot more complex. And yeah, there's things like karmic pausing and karmic freezing, where karma will freeze based on certain parallels, or karmic death will occur, where you've maybe, like, your karma will die, like, for the better or for the worse. You know, it will operate in a place where it will stop abiding the laws of karma based on certain distinct activities. And there's so many interesting ways of the way karma works. And it's beautiful because the simplest thing I'm saying is karma will operate again, like I've said 3 or 4 times. It will operate the same way regardless, you know, in alignment to a universal law, not exclusive to you believing the way it works or not. Like, if you could be like, oh yes, I know how it works, I'm in good alignment with karma, blah, 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 blah. It's not going to operate in that way just because you believe you understand it. And it's, I don't know, it's an interesting thing. It's food for thought. It's honestly it's very telling when we understand ethics, like moral philosophy and integrity and all that noise. I tried in the past, but didn't get it. I don't know. I've never been one to practice things like astrology. I have friends, usually, you know, women that are very, like, you know, spiritual and open-minded and really just phenomenal human beings. But they love it. They'll, like, read tarot cards and talk about astrology. I'm like, sweet. And they'll give me a reading and I'll be like, that's dope. But it doesn't make me any more attracted to getting into astrology or studying it. I believe it. I believe it works. I believe there's a deeper application to it. But I also, kind of what I just articulated, I'm under the impression that a lot of people don't necessarily understand the laws of astrology. And they think they do, and that's cool. They're trying. But they're probably realizing that just because they believe it works one way doesn't mean it's going to actually function that way. Best to watch YouTube videos. I don't know. Yeah, I think OTP's, he's airing out, you know, some curiosity. I don't think he'd be trolling, but who knows? Maybe he's a bit trolling. He just wants to poke fun at a bit of astrological stuff. Genetics made you, Ryan. Life humbled you. Bless. Hey, thank you. Thank you, Balp VPN. VPN. That's very kind of you, friend. OTP is just fodder for empathetic people, mostly for fun, add a dimension in life, but probably few actually believe. Yeah, probably right. That's where, weirdly enough, what I just said stands true. It's like, I believe if we're gonna, like, if you were like, okay, what is astrology? How does it operate? It definitely is real. There's an application. It operates in a sort of like a universal law, but a lot of people, this is the misconception, is they're like, okay, let's study astrology, let's learn the basis of it, and they believe they understand it. Like, they're like, okay, but based on this moon or this thing or this occurrence, they're trying to associate based on their limiting belief system or their bias that, oh, but this is how astrology is giving me this symbol or this discernment of how the universe is operating. And it's not operating that way. You know, they could be extremely off base, and they believe that they actually know what they're talking about, but in reality, their belief means nothing. Like, there's an underlying system that's actually operating and unraveling astrologically, as if with, like, karmic systems, that is actually real, that is actually unraveling, but they're not necessarily understanding it. And, you know, they believe they do, but they don't. It's weird. I think that's a fun thought to think about. I like how the weather seems to be getting very nice. Let's try something. We're going to try something. This will be taking a page from what I did a while back. Wow, that was a good intro. So that's the intro. The secondary part, we're just going to do a whole pan flute solo. Yes. Oh no, disk space is low. Okay, I knew this moment was inevitable. This moment was absolutely inevitable. Okay. Drive download, yeah. Okay. Oh. So we have all these videos from my cold plunge. There we go. I think we solved the solution. We solved the answer. But why did it not delete? Ah, there we go. There we go. Oh, yeah. There we go. Okay. So now, pan flute. Whew, okay. Pan flute solo, complete. Wow, I got like a head rush from all the oxygen deprivation. Oh no, we lost it. Mistakes. Can't have mistakes. Not mistakes. That was a mistake. But that's okay. No, Amy, I'm not trolling. It's never been explained clear. Yeah, it seems like you were Genuine curious. Genuine curious. Oh, okay, I got it. I got it. What we're doing. Okay, I got this. Let's go. Let's go. I know what to do here. I know what to do here. I know what to do here. I know what to do. Yeah, Law of One, brother. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful truths. Very confusing sometimes. Oh, okay. Okay. I'm gonna put a pause on that here, but I know what we're doing here. I know what I'm doing here. I know what I'm doing here. Cause I'm guitar guy. Ah. Oh no, it maxed out. Oh no. Alright, 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 alright. We had it in the first take, then we lost it. Alright, I think that it's kind of sloppy, but that was pretty good. I think we got something down there. Of course, ancient science has merit, like a t-shirt. Like a t-shirt, yeah, ancient science. It's so true. So true. Close the stars are influenced by us. I think it's important to always look at the stars to remember we are part of a massive universe. That's magical. I must agree. I must agree. Yeah. OTP's awesome. He's got a good perspective. I really enjoy his presence here. I like when I'm feeling stressed or anxious. Yeah. I like the t-shirt too. Oh yeah. This is strong. Might have to master this secondary guitar bit, but this is really good. Let's call it the code within the stars. I don't know. No, let's call it the map of the map within the stars. The map within the stars. The network with the stars. The map within the stars. The map of the cosmos. The map of the cosmos. The map of the cosmos. I don't know, something like that. I think map of the cosmos sounds good. Well, it's nice to see Starseed begin the process. Nice, yeah, brother. That's a good song. I like that one. Maybe an alien will explain it to me clearly. Aliens will explain to you clearly, brother. Definitely. Astrology is magic, right? Yeah, magic. She gets it. Magic. Just like this dice. Just like this ball. Magic. Wow. Yeah, facts. It's definitely astrology is it's there. It's it's not don't gotta understand it. You don't understand it necessarily. Karma is very misunderstood in the West. Karma is closer to what we allow ourselves and our experience than is cause and effect. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's exactly. Well, yeah, I'm sure you get it to some degree. As well, as a Zen philosophy book or Zen psychotherapy. It's like a study from a Zen therapist, like perspective. He's like studying, yeah, like an Eastern perspective on karma, and he's explaining it. And I was like, this is brilliant. Start a YouTube channel. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. We need free thinkers. We need authentic people and presence to definitely go deep in the YouTube sphere. Look like you watch Rick and Morty. I mean, I'm pretty sure everyone watches Rick and Morty. Yeah, yeah. I don't watch it that much, Rick and Morty. It's like Rick and Morty's a show that I watch it and I laugh at lots of the jokes because I love Justin Roiland's clever comedy delivery. But also, after like watching an episode, I'm always like tapped out. I'm like, okay, this is a lot. You know, this show is it's clearly meant to be like brain rotty in a sense, but it's great. It's hilarious. It's very witty, very comedic. Deeper mystery of the universe is that anything we imagine eventually comes true. Cars flying, codes, and invisible cloaks, and more disease finds cures in nature. That's right, brother. That is the truth. We are creators. We love OTP. But again, karma is not the effect. Cause and effect. Karma is not cause and effect. This is mentioning. It's exactly right. Yeah. Yeah. I felt that too, brother. Karma is not cause and effect. It's not just like do good things happen, bad things not. Yeah, it's no, it's not. Any alien star seeds here? Not familiar, brother. Thank you, friend. Thank you, friend. That felt good. Especially the starting of this composition and the way it unravels. I gotta master this like secondary channel right here. But pretty strong. I could probably clean up the exiting statement and then I'll probably do another verse, but man, very cool. I can chat with a person in China on the phone or device with no cord. You don't hear my voice in the airs we travel. The man chain hears it. Yeah, yeah, nice. Phones. Amy, not really. I've attended several Buddhist monks talking over the time about karma. They emphasize that karma is not a cause and effect. Yeah, yeah. Newtonian's law of motions, positive effects create a good consequence when negative actions lead to future suffering, sharpening one's current and future experiences. Interesting. Right. Yeah, I don't know. Yahoo. I mean, I'm sure you seem like a free thinker, but I'm not sure if Yahoo and Google's definition of karma, that's, quintessentially thrown out into the YouTube or the Google sphere. I don't know if that's definitely not what I would say is fact. But I hear ya. The Western definition of karma is supposed to be some sort of like conventional awareness of like, hey, it's karma, right? For those that maybe are just don't even read English and like, what is karma? But what karma actually is, I agree, it's a much deeper construct. Yeah, I wouldn't trust Google on that either. That film looks nothing like a pan. Nice. That it does not. It's also not a pan flute. It's a Romanian nai. So it's an N-A-I. N-A-I. Nai. Doesn't really matter. Be a good person, chat. Facts. She nailed it. Just be good. Be cool. Be chill. Be cool here, man. Are you cool here, man? You got a joint? Be a lot cooler if you did. It's gotta be cool, man. Yeah. Bless. I know that turned out really good. Like that was probably one of my favorite compositions. I think we're gonna call it the map of the cosmos. That just feels like that's the name. I don't know why. Everything because when I create names and I create compositions, they're based off the energy of what I'm feeling and everything that's been amalgamating, if that's the way I would say this, amalgamate, into this. And that's what's relevant. Like that's what's on my mind internally. That's what's been on my mind philosophically. That's what's been on our mind of the collective. Like how I'm unraveling this. It's all influenced this. So the map of the cosmos. That's what this song's called. Map of the cosmos. Makes a lot of sense if you really think about it. Yes, I love when he plays the flute. I have Western understanding of karma, like Amy does. Be good and give a blah 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 blah. It's clean. Yeah. No. Yeah. I don't know. I really align and resonate with, again, the fact is, it's not that karma cannot exist in a similar, simple model, but even it's like, if we be perfectly honest, if we're going to be really clear cut here, and again, we can all hold different beliefs and have different, simple linear definitions, but if you understand ethical and moral philosophy, like ethical and moral philosophy, like in the simplest right, you don't even have to study it, read books, or you don't have to know shit about it, but if you have like an awareness of how this is often integrated, like when you're understanding like how does one know, you know it's almost like this is critical thinking 101. Like really, it's like if you know how to like decipher all the different dimensions of these things, when you think of what karma is, it makes sense that karma is more so not as simple as being like, oh, but you do good things happen, do bad things happen. Okay, so what is your definition of good? What is your definition of good? What's your definition of bad? And even beyond that, like, okay, well, if you're telling me your definition of good is this, my definition of bad is that, how can you gauge if your definition of good, like on a larger construct, like of what your actions are that is good perceived by you, subjectively, or what is perceived bad, how does that operate in the larger laws of the universe? Like, really, it's like, okay, so you say it's good. You say your actions are good. You say your actions are good. Ethically, you're good based on the life you've lived, based on the moral compass that you have. But how is that actually calibrated? How is that actually applied to a larger construct of what is morally good or morally bad? Based on what your definition, just because you believe something is morally this, not saying, again, it's not, we're not going to split hairs and be like, yeah, we know objectively what is morally good and bad to some degree, societally defined. But, something dies in the universe. Like, a lion eats I don't know, eats a deer or something, or, a chaos explosion happens and it destroys a village or something. Who knows? Like, who knows? A meteor crashes into an epicenter and destroys an entire village or something, right? How are we going to define like what is you're saying karma? Oh yeah, karma, that those villagers, they deserve to die. Like, they were bad people or good people or who knows? Like, it's like karma, I really don't believe operates just because we believe in a model that is identifying with good or bad. And again, this isn't, it's a good convention. If we're in a society where like, hey, it's bad to steal, it's bad to be a indecent person or do all these things and break laws, sure, it's a good convenience, a good convention. And if you're like, okay, like it's good to be a healthy, altruistic, self-aware person, because you're serving a dimension of society, you're good, you value things that really translate into altruism and etc. etc. That we could define as good, absolutely. But the larger construct of how morals and ethical dimensions and how we define these things gets very convoluted when we're trying to understand the laws of the universe, which is how these things actually function, which is what, again, the ancient Buddhists were trying to offer. It's like, okay, so you define good and bad in this way, and you're saying that you have good intentions and actions that translates into good consequences, or bad actions, consequences. Sure, on a surface level, you can agree with that, but again, when it gets a little convoluted is when you really look into the large construct of how the universe is unraveling these things. Our humanistic moral values of how we're applying things is very lost. It gets lost in translation. If that makes sense. I don't know. That was a very philosophical deep dive. If it makes sense, if it makes sense, if it doesn't, that's okay. Well, that's how I like to think about it. It's moral ethics and philosophy 101. Like, these are interesting things to think about, but you got to like think really critically about, like, what's going on here? Like, let's actually like critically assess what's going on in some sort of deeper construct. How behind am I? I'm really behind, I think. I'm really behind here. Thoughts. So then we got to, it doesn't matter, be a good person. Yes. If you see the good in others, it'll manifest in the way you walk and meet. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. This is the thing. This is the thing that I really like, that splits hairs a little bit, but also, it's interesting to think about. They speak about karmic weight in lucid dreaming a lot. Karma has different dimensions, right? If you think something, that has a different karmic weight than if you act on that thought. If you say, have an action that you experience in a dream, or a thought that maybe manifests as an action in a dream, that is different karmic weight than if you act on that thought and act on that action in the real world. there's different karmic weight to how we experience things. And in lucid dreaming, actually, they speak of this openly because karmic weight applies very deeply. It's woven in within everything. If you're a lucid dreamer and you know, have maybe no moral compass and you're doing all these crazy things in a lucid dream realm, it's actually going to influence the karmic world or your karmic weight in a very nuanced way, depending on the weight of how you're unraveling this karma. You know, are you reinforcing thoughts that are disintegral or morally broken to a point where your actions are then materializing that and XYZ and blah blah blah? It's like karma is a very interesting thing that I think is not as simple as we might make it out to be. And this is no surprise if you understand metaphysical or metaphysics. Like if we're gonna tie into like what is metaphysical philosophy, like why do metaphysical philosophy apply to this? Because metaphysics, like in the simplest right, it often creates like weird paradoxes that open up a lot of the things that we think is simple. Like, oh yes, but this is one dimensional. That's how it is. And then we're like, but metaphysics kind of lets us breathe a different air into what we think is simple, but it actually shows us that we just don't understand the real application. Anyways, I don't know. That's just my 2 cents. Yeah, it's great. I love thinking about that stuff though. I love when he plays the flute through guitar. I'm so behind on this. So my favorite Buddhist nun meditated for 30 years of karma alone, for hours every day, and she wanted to see us not see karma that way. Wow. I love that. I love that temple. Like, that's actually really beautiful, brother. Thank you for sharing that. What happens when we die? Ooh. Let's record some music while we think about that. What happens when we die? And then suddenly we hit the record button and everything is just dog shit. It's so great. But yeah, what happens when we die? Key shift. That was a good key shift. Whew. All right, that was nuts. But yeah, what happens when we die? I honestly think when we die, we return to the energy universe. We return to what we were before we were created. And that's non-material. Energy is what we are, can't be destroyed. We probably materialize into another thing. Energy will just rematerialize, it won't be destroyed, it's going to be converted into something. Maybe you'll become a human again, maybe you won't. Who knows? It's probably really rare. Maybe it's not, I don't know. Maybe you'll become an eagle, maybe you'll become like a caterpillar. You know, maybe you'll be a butterfly. I don't know. But yeah. A lot gets lost in translation. Good movie. Ah. Which movie is this? Temple, what is their view? The Buddhist monks roll with it like a wave. Yeah. Just roll with it. Just flow. I don't vibe with the Buddhist monks necessarily more than I vibe with a Westerner. Everyone has a slice of scales of quantities. Yeah. All I can say to that is Buddhist monks often, not always, but they often display a very high level of discipline, which is very commendable. Especially Shaolin monks, it seems. Like, they really display high levels of commendable discipline. Doesn't mean they are perfect or shining examples of whatever, but honoring and respect the definition. So know how they see it, but each says their own. 60 likes. Yeah! 62. You rock, chat. And Amy, you rock for the moderation abilities. You always rock the hat so well. Hey, thank you, brother. Thank you, Seyong. Appreciate you, brother. I think see you next Tuesday. Okay, for some reason I thought There was a Korean dude that popped in. I thought that was of your name here, but I don't even remember. Any thoughts on hypnotism? Lots of thoughts. I have to say, hypnotism rocks. I'm not very like not much personal experience, but I really love that shit. I think the difference between is the term itself. Nobody owns a concept, but there's a concept of cause and effect. Mm. Okay. In the West, we use the term karma. Yes. In the East, karma is a different concept. Okay. Cause and effect. Okay. Ah, okay. Okay. You see, cause and effect, though, like when we're talking about cause and effect, like, people are like, oh, causation doesn't always equal to causality or something like that. That is more entering less karma as is quintessentially understanding. Cause and effect, I don't think, if I'm not mistaken, let's see, cause and effect, I'm trying to remember how that's almost like a ethical or critical philosophy terminology, cause and effect, if I'm not mistaken. Cause and effect describes relationship, cause and effect, definition, fundamental, cause and effect, blah, 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 cause and effect. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Yeah, so cause and effect, that's actually critical thinking, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Now, this is more like, yeah, yes. So, what you're saying, and critical thinking, surely in some respects apply to number five fitness about what we can define as karma, but I think ancient Eastern, like, philosophy or ancient Eastern like Buddhism type karma, like Zen philosophy karma, actually doesn't operate in the same way of what we would apply critical thinking cause and effect. We can apply it to some degree, but this is where Eastern thinking I think actually opens a different door. But yes, I love that. Like to number five fitness, I love that, brother. I love thinking about that stuff. Like critical thinking is one of the most interesting things. I took it a few times in like a two classes or two or three in college. Cause and effect. Ah, man, what a beautiful thing. This is critical thinking. This will like twist your brain in a beautiful way. So we got direct relationship. One causes leads directly to one effect. For example, for getting to water a plant, the plant dies. One cause, multiple effects. A single cause can produce several outcomes. For instance, power outage, no internet, spoiled food, and boredom. Multiple causes. One effect, several factors contribute to a single outcome as climate changes, reducing pollution, deforestation, and industrial activity. So yeah, cause and effect, I don't think, like we're talking about causality, that is more like open realms of critical thinking. Also, yeah, seems to hit it branches over to many things. I don't think it touches on like Eastern models of karma, truthfully. Understanding this cause and effect is crucial in science, yeah, history, problem solving, and decision making. Gotta love it. I love critical thinking. But yeah, I think we're hypnotized. Hypnotized. Damn. I'm feeling the love. I'm feeling my ego is getting stroked. Thank you, Amy. I'm here to hypnotize stuff. Hypnotism is fascinating and just shows how fragile the mind is. Yeah, it's damn, yeah. Hypnotizing, hypnosis. As I understand, like hypnosis, hypnotherapy, I remember watching Sigmund Freud, the series. Beautiful series. I'm very, very drawn by it. When I was actually new to this channel, like I was like a couple months in, new to live streaming, like a month in, I was actually studying and just formally induction, the power of suggestion, inspired from watching Sigmund Freud's show. So, if we're talking about hypnotherapy or hypnotism, like the power of suggestion, induction, all of that is about the power of suggestion, as it is. Induction, like saying, you say a word, with such, um, I guess, we could say intention, but it's almost like you're using it to induct this double meaning or induct it into the subconscious mind. So you're trying to influence the subconscious mind. So you say like, here, listen to the sound of my voice. You're finding your body. Feel light. Feel limp. You're finding yourself feel sleepy. Every muscle in your body is feeling loose. Suddenly you allow yourself to really feel just the depths of breathing in. You feel the weight of your chest, dropping, and it's like the power of suggestion. It's like basically you can influence your physiological body and your psychological body and your subconscious with the power of suggestion, as Sigmund Freud emulates. So it's like we're talking about hypnotism. That's taking the power of suggestion far. Hypnotherapy is using hypnotherapy prompts, which I was playing around with when I was doing meditative journeys, where I'd be like having a lot of fun, to be honest with it. It's like you find yourself appear into a building. There's a forest trail in the distance. You walk up into this trail. What do you see? What is inside of this forest trail? There's two paths. You see one path. Are you drawn to the first path or the second path? And that's kind of like a different, like, choose your own adventure thing. But it's like a lot of the power of suggestion has to do with basically engaging and interacting with subconscious mind by using, the power of suggestion, by using like a hypnotic tone. And there's a lot of beauty to it. I really like hypnotism. It's fascinating, shows how fragile. But yeah, it's like the power of suggestion. Like if you suggest something and you're very suggestible, like your mind is open to being to suggestion, like hypnosis, it's like you can deeply influence the subconscious. Universal hemorrhage. Nice. Cause and effect is interpreted by hapstance, not by choice. Interesting. Happenstance. Happenstance. Do you mean circumstance? Like happening of circumstance? I've never heard of that word. Maybe you just made it up right now. Happenstance. Oh, happenstance AI. Happenstance. Coincidence. Ah, I see. It's the same word as coincidence. Interesting. Cause and effect is interpreted by happenstance. If you're saying it's a coincidence, you're saying cause and effect is a coincidence. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, I'd say that's correct, actually. Yeah. Cause and effect is a coincidence. That actually is, I think that's true. Is that a fishagi? I had a glow-in-the-dark one. Oh, nice. Yeah, this is a contact juggle ball. So it's a crystal ball. Crystal ball. That's, yeah. All right, let's resume this. What were we doing here? Whoa. What are we at? 3 hours. Interesting. We should probably put a pause on this in the next, half hour. Who said something new about star seeds? I think he was asking about a specific type of star seed from a different constellation. I have no idea, honestly. I've never heard of any star seed constellation. So the way they use karma could be, if you knew meeting, keeping toxic partners in your karma, then you would allow abusers to overstep your boundaries. And that shows also in how to stand in the bus. And this shows also in how to stand in the bus. I did. I'm an Aryan starseed. Ah, I see. So the way they would use karma could be, sure. The way they could use karma, yeah. That's right. I think Temple is, that's an incorrect way. But that being said, that's not this is a weird parallel. I agree with where you're coming from is, someone could basically, because what you're talking about is not karma necessarily. If you're being very transparent, is sure what you're talking about is basically thinly veiled manipulation or mental gymnastics. It doesn't even have anything to do with karma necessarily. That's psychological tactics. As your example. And then how to stand the bus, that's just, what you're talking about, I'll be perfectly honest, in your example, which is, it could align with, people could make that misconception, is a social engineering. What you're talking about is actually social engineering, which could then cross over into actual social tactics or manipulation tactics. But social engineering, someone's oh, but this is blah, 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 based on this system, based on this. And then you'd be oh, yes, because karma is confirming blah, 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 blah. That's social engineering. And I agree, social engineering is very different from karma. That doesn't necessarily mean the critical thinking based cause and effect dimension. I don't know. We're in the same place. I agree with what you're saying, Temple, about karma. I think you understand to some degree the Eastern philosophy take on karma, and I agree with that. I've thought this through for many years. I've read about what karma is. In my mind, there's no misconception of what karma actually is. That being said, for the sake of argument and for the sake of what others are sitting with that, I think there's some truth in how people can apply their East or their Western karmic model, but it's not like kind of like what Five Fitness saying. It doesn't apply like how we're trying to philosophically look at the larger construct of what karma is. It's almost like they're using it as a model of like critical thinking, of like okay, but if I do this good thing will happen. But if I do this bad thing, they're using it as like a model of trying to almost like logically analyze karma, which is in my mind that's not the correct way to do it. You can use that as a model if you have, you know, critical thinking facilities. But it all the thing with all these things doesn't matter if you're trying to use the model of karma that's Eastern philosophy. I mean, maybe it does to some degree, or using a Western model of like critical thinking. It's all about your ability to just think as a whole, like your ability to discern the correct application of how these things apply moment to moment. If you can't simply think openly and critically and apply the successful model of how it should be, like you don't actually have a discernment. That's the core word. Is like if you can't successfully discern why or why not the Eastern, you know, karmic model or the Western karmic model of wherever critically models, if you can't successfully discern why or why not this is functioning, then it doesn't matter. So that's where, weirdly enough, a lot of I think this talk is about. We're just talking about critical thinking. It's all critical thinking. Like, can you successfully discern why something is functioning or not? Can you be open and critical enough to like actually get to the deeper center of truth of what actually is functioning? And again, in my own process of critically thinking and discerning of how karma works, I definitely agree with what Temple Line is advocating. Of like, yes, Eastern Zen philosophy karmic models that the ancient, you know, Tibetan Buddhists of sorts were unpackaging. I think if we really think about it, that actually has the most application. Anyways, my friend is also a starseed. Nice. What's up, bro? New and exciting with you today. Yo, I mean, lots. I've had some riveting conversations about lucid dreaming with people, like outside of the stream. Did a cold plunge, did a strong strength training session yesterday, and I've been writing some music. Yeah, I wrote a cool song. We were talking about like what the application of astrology is, and I wrote a song that I'm calling "Map of the Cosmos." Yeah, yeah, basically. What's good, Tenacity? Yeah, is Ryan. I'm Ryan, brother. I'm Michael, aka Essential Tenacity. Nice to meet you, Michael. That's actually my older brother's name. Good versus bad doesn't exist in the eyes of the universe. Yeah. You get it, brother. Your philosophical context is great. I like it. Not to say anyone else is not, but it's like I like where you're coming from, dog. I like the way you think. I've studied moral philosophy. Epistemology of morals isn't something proven per se, yeah, but the observable consequences of certain actions towards the survival or destruction of the tribe. Oh. Mmm. Interesting. Service to others isn't good either because then you self-sacrifice because your boundaries. Facts. Wow. I love this. So number 5, fitness. You've studied moral philosophy. The epistemology of morals isn't something proven per se, but the observable consequences of certain actions towards the survival of the tribe. Okay. Okay. What I find is interesting is yes, okay, but wouldn't you say? Maybe it's the hat. The hat's creating all this evocation. But wouldn't you say number 5? Okay, if that's our epistemology. I'm struggling with that word. Sort of standard. Like we're like okay, so morals. If you're saying it's defined or with observable consequences, it's proven per se from the observable consequence of certain actions. Okay, towards the survival destruction of the tribe. Okay, but what if we're having to absorb like the character or what's these like it's almost like how people could justify, you know, morally, like based on the individual of how their actions did translate to survival. Are you saying that's like an objective stance? It doesn't matter how they sort of morally achieved, you know, whatever it is, as long as they were bettering the survival of the tribe versus the destruction of the tribe. So that's like the tribal model. You're saying that even if there is in fact, which there is in fact, a gray area of like we have to also understand again the nature of like what is the morality, if it's, even if there's circumstances where the tribe survived but morally everything was askewed, and there was a reality where the tribe did not survive but morally this was the right decision. Isn't that kind of breaks open the model of being like, okay, then that is our defining factor? Because like again, this is the same sort of model. It's like if we're going to try to define morality almost objectively, being okay, but this is right, this is wrong, period, no objections, no exceptions, that leaves a lot of gray area for being like, okay, but then what about in this like instance where, this morally, I guess, egregious character operated from this kind of moral lens, did things that were immoral for the sake of morality, but then someone did something um, moral for the sake of immorality. Or, yeah, so it's like they did something that they thought was good, but in turn, they did it for the greater good or the betterment of whatever they thought was good. It's just like, I think it's always going to come down to, again, discernment. It's going to come down to the universal laws of what we perceive as karma, which again aligns with like moral sort of awareness and philosophy and ethical awareness. That it's like basically what I'm saying is, unfortunately things aren't as simple. It's like if you think that I'm doing something for the greater betterment of the tribe, the survival of the tribe, again, that could go in an egregious direction. Like someone could do some atrocities and be like, but it helped the tribe survive. Therefore, that was the right thing to do. Someone could do something that is, yeah, just like, is technically morally correct, but the tribe was sacrificed. It's like that's not the standard of how we can compare or define morality, I would say. That's just for the sake of argument. I don't know. I haven't done a moral philosophy argument in some time. Yeah. I guess, yeah, that's 100% services, and yeah, 100% is not. Scientific definition and the spiritual definition. Yeah, that's where I love to. That's where I just love to put a little simple pin in what I thought is like, yes, there is a critical thinking, a philosophical critical thinking definition of karma. We use this. This is all what this will make sense actually. If you guys have ever like studied pragmatism, William James, the forefather of psychology, he pioneered pragmatism. What is pragmatism, you might ask? It means that we as humans created models that revolve around what is practical, what is convenient. We developed conventions. We basically, as a society, collectively chose to move forward, to focus on what is a practical convention, what is pragmatic, versus what is actually true. And yes, the scientific model, the thinking, the models of critical thinking, the models of morality, the law system, mathematical systems, these all were actually developed, especially science, law, and a lot of the modern conventions were based off of pragmatism. Basically, it doesn't mean that this was the answer. We chose what was practical. What does that mean? That means it gives us a practical awareness of maybe how to achieve more resource, or a practical awareness to make this easier for the general society to understand. Does not mean that this is true. This does not mean this even has the basis. So I think if we look at karma as like, we're like, okay, let's see the modern scientific application through critical thinking. Be like, okay, cause and effect, etc. That's like, it's linear. It's like critical thinking. We're realizing that was based on a model that was trying to apply pragmatism. It was a convention, basically. Words are conventions. A lot of these systems, but there was a philosophical impasse when pragmatism, again, William James, he was the forefather of psychology, who, really drove so much of the psychological models into the modern direction. And he was basically, in an indirect sense, responsible for pragmatism, coming deeper, of us being like, okay, we as a society are collectively agreeing we're going to choose models of developing as a society that is focusing on that which is a practical convention, that which is pragmatic. It's very simple. It's like, oh, so we develop laws, we develop, a system of this, that, the other, of science. We're literally going to focus for the sake of, developing these models for intellectualization. We're going to be like, okay, how are we going to develop these models in a way that is practical, that is pragmatic? Not even focusing on the fact is that if it's actually the most, I'd say, successful or the best model of what we should focus. It's almost in that's the split between Western and Eastern philosophies. Like Western was like, okay, but we're gonna come to a consensus so we can come to a deeper conclusion that's more universally relevant and maybe will allow society to develop in a certain direction. And then Eastern philosophy was more like, no, let's actually try to, hold on to the ancient models that isn't just trying to apply a practical model for the sake of modern, you know, innovation and practicality. It's weird. It's just the simplest thing I'm saying is modern practicality was based on a foundation of systems that was trying to focus on pragmatism as William James's core thesis. Devoted his life to that. It was like, okay, we're going to try to create a society that is creating a foundation of models that is based on pragmatism. What is practical? Conventions. Doesn't mean it's actually right. It just means this will be a means to an end. A means to what end? Getting more resources. A means to, growing your society so everyone collectively agrees that, oh, but this is correct. This makes sense. This makes sense to you, makes sense to me. Doesn't mean it's actually right, but that's what our modern society, of what our laws were developed off of, what science, modern science was developed off of, at least for a period. It's like, it was practical. Like, okay, but this is a convention that is set because it's easier to be practically applied. It's very bizarre. I don't know. I wrote a few papers on this in college, and I really liked it. I was like, wow, pragmatism. Whoa, like what a reality we're in. This is weirdly enough, this whole last 20 minutes or 30 minutes, this is like a little taste of being in a philosophical, like class, like a college level philosophy class. That's basically what happens. You just sit here all day long and just blah, 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 and you pull these philosophical threads, and then your brain starts to bubble and you're like, whoa, this is reality, doesn't make sense anymore, but maybe it does. I don't know. I love it though. I love every second of it. The only difference, though, is you have a professor in the class, in the classroom, professing a bunch of things and holding space and letting people know that, oh, but that's kind of outlandish, but that's kind of a good idea, but that's outlandish, and then keeping everyone on track. Yeah. Pleasure. Pleasure essential. I'm going to go back to doing duo screen stuff so I can respond to your comments in a way that's getting to the center of the comments. So we meet your spirit, family, in the afterlife. You go for life, but it's not all of this life, just possible ways. Your life could have gone the other dimensions. Wow. Yeah. Wow. Beautiful perspective. Okay, how behind was I? Okay, very behind it looks. I was talking about pragmatism. Temple had some interesting thoughts. Hey, what's good, Dr. Mojo? I know you're OG here, brother. Okay, so I think we finally caught up where we were. So we started on moral philosophy. We talked about moral philosophy. Science versus spirit. Yes, this is where we were. Brother, no, good to see you, Dr. Mojo, or hear from your perspective, friend. That's why Ross says 51% service to others, 49% service to the end. Key to ascension. This is the ultimate good or kindness. It's very well put, friend. It's very relevant. Very relevantly, beautifully tied together, Temple. That's why Ra says, yeah, we gotta love Ra. Shout out Egyptian god Ra. Yeah, shout out Egyptian god Ra. He knew some stuff. He definitely knew some stuff. Yeah. It must have two sides. Therefore, the good is our home, the bad is the peace, the assurance, home, love, and the universe. Jesus is king. Huh. I don't think Jesus has anything to do with any of this. But, yeah, c'est la vie. Service to others inescapable. Service to oneself. Yeah, it's desire before it is done. Genius, of what day do you mean? What is lucid dreaming? I've heard it. Or can you control your dreams? Yeah, lucid dreaming, the simplest, right? To make it very simple. Something I've been studying and reading about for several months. Probably about 8 months now. Lucid dreaming means you become conscious inside your dreams. You're conscious that you are dreaming. And yeah, a lot of the ancient lucid dreamers believed this is a natural state that we achieve It's like a visionary state we achieve when we've integrated our mind in a spiritual sense, like we've integrated spiritually and lived in the waking world in a lucid way. So it's like, we become lucid. That is, we're present. We see through the illusionary natures or of the modern world, the illusionary nature, and then we then experience that in the dream world. It's basically the reason why a lot of us are already just immediately going to lucid dreams all the time is because we're on an unconscious or conscious level, we're confirming non-lucidity. Like we're not looking at our reality and be like, wait, is this real? Is this actually real? Like, is this an illusion? Is there illusionary qualities to it? And there's a lot of different practices straight into it. But yeah, basically the simplest point, studying lucid dreaming is like learning to become lucid and somehow trigger awareness that usually involves your subconscious mind that lets you be conscious that you're dreaming inside of a dream. And then once that happens, yeah, you can control your dream, you can change your dreams, you can fly, you can do any sort of metaphysical anomaly. I've experienced it actually. Yeah, it's great. Brother long time, I'm really behind on the comments, but I'm getting there. We're getting there, friends. Then Genius and Temple had some very beautiful, balanced discussion. So, true number 5, living you are consciously, you're fully conscious in a dream. Yes, yes. Yeah, I love, lucid dreaming can teach us so much. I mean, I've just been reading about it, philosophizing about it, and I love it. It's really cool. So in that sense, you're correct. Genius, others, and self in the universe. I feel like, yeah, what's interesting is number 5 for sure has a very open, intelligent perspective, as is Temple, like absolutely. And it's interesting how there's like slight philosophical, I'd say, not differences, but like there's philosophical stances, and they're both correct in some regard. And it's like, but they both have like core beliefs that are similar. So it's awesome. This is great. And well, genius then understands that. So lucid dreaming is when you're conscious enough to see the dream. Yes, it's a beautiful thing. I had a beautiful discussion with a friend of mine earlier today, and as I was falling asleep yesterday. So in the sense that you are correct, the illusion of separation is in the world is that we explore on earth, and the others represent oneself, the whole, the collective consciousness. Sometimes I realize I'm dreaming and then have control of my actions. Does that count? Yes, that is exactly. I mean, lucid dreaming goes deeper than just that. Like dream yoga is a deeper practice of it. But yeah, that is lucid dreaming. That's the second you realize you're in a dream and you have control, you are in a lucid dream. Temple, I agree to an extent, disagree at the same time. Separation is a matter of perspective. So it's all connected on one hand and all separate in another, with reasons for both. Yes, that counts. There's between lucid versus vivid. Exactly. Yeah, the second that you have control, it's like we are the energy that never dies. So heaven or heck. Heaven or hell, I like your take. I don't think any of this, anything, I'll have to be perfectly honest, is in everything that's been speaking, there's been no correlation to Jesus, heaven or hell, or anything that, just to be clear. Yeah. I mean, we can use metaphorical context to these and philosophical dimensions, but there's no religious ideology is ever woven into any of this. And that's where it belongs, not woven into this. I actually died and came back. I saw the other side. Ah, I remember you were saying that. Yeah, the movie Lost in Translation. We die, so there's nothing after death, and just an appeasement of the sadness of no longer being alive. Wow, interesting. When we die, there's nothing after death. It's just an appeasement of the sadness of no longer being alive. Now I look forward to my death, not eagerly, but I'm not afraid of death. When you know this, you start to live. Yeah. Yeah, that's, wow. That's an interesting thought. Yeah, I must say, I've never thought that. And even just understanding, like, the deeper depths of how the human consciousness appears, that's not the case. Like, that's like usually we know what a 10-year-old might tell themselves. Like, oh, we die, and then we just sit there in an endless void forever and nothing ever happens again. And that's like a scary truth. Like, I really don't think that's how death is. But I don't know. I've never died, so I can't tell you. But yeah. Great thoughts, though. I honestly appreciate your thoughts, Tenacity, brother. The movie is Lost in Translation. Ah. If anyone has any movie recommendations, super open to so Lost in Translation, because I just love movies as a whole. But I now look forward to my death. Me too. Like that's the bizarre thing is after sitting with Changa, especially after sitting with Changa, I genuinely do not fear death. At least not to like the deep degree that I maybe once did, and not even consciously. Death is like a beautiful thing. Oh, we connected and we're back. I think we're caught up here. Oh no, sort of. Okay. So big words strung together makes you smart. Damn. What's going on here, Cunningham? I think Cunningham's lost. But welcome. Hopefully you can figure out how to use big words one day, little fella. So, right on, cause and effect. I promise you death is pure love. I believe this. I believe this. I saw a tunnel. There's so many words. May there be something in Blink 182. What? Being between discuss the spirit and the guides, reborn next. I agree with that. I agree with that. No, but I went through a phase of watching NDE videos and living. Huh. NDE videos. The lady that hypnotizes people with near-death experiences. The minds were experts in life in the most advanced civilization, even more advanced than the Egyptians. I could see that. Oh, damn. My phone is at 20%, it seems. You'd think I would be smart enough by now and just keep this on a charger. I just gotta find where is this tripod? Yeah, no, definitely a very. It's funny, when I did Changa, I actually saw ancient Mayan shapes. Like, it was like ancient, like very clear Mayan like archetypes and figures. For some reason, I don't know why. It was very powerful. Definitely in the depths of a lot of powerful cataclysing energy. But I saw that very clearly. Just Mayan structures. Let's look online right now. Mayan structures, ancient. Actually, yeah. What were they? Archetypes. Yeah. Ah, yes, yeah, it was just like this, just ancient Mayan archetypes. So weird. Yeah. Mayans, man, they're so beautiful. Like, they have such incredibly interesting art. Ancient Mayans. But yeah, I don't know why. That's on Changa. That's what I saw, these ancient Mayans. And damn, they were beautiful. Just exactly like I'm seeing them on these things. Yeah. So what's moral for one group immoral? Yes. Immoral for another group depends on the environment and survival of each group. Pleasure. So where pragmatism, the truth of matter of the facts based on truth, honesty, integrity over the ideal of group psychology. The truth of a matter of facts based on truth. Yeah, yes, sir. Yeah. I like that definition. That's a very exact definition. Yes. I kind of was throwing in a loose definition of pragmatism, but the model, the application is extremely similar. A lot of people don't pick up on that. They think it's one or the other. Yeah. Temple, I've not been presented with those instances, but I'm not calling it impossible. I still have to verify harshly to believe. Being esoteric actually piggybacks off the empirical. I'm seeing the thread. I'm seeing the thread continuously pulled. It's almost like there's like a healthy level of skepticism sitting in number 5. Like, he's thinking like a Western philosopher or a critical thinking individual, which I love. I love that shit. I love that shit. But I also, weirdly enough, I'm a guy that deeply resonates with Eastern philosophy, like a model that basically, it's almost like there was a phase in my life where I invariably thought very actively, very critically, very logically, like I honored like a Western almost model of thinking just for the sake of, of intellectualization, the inner logician. But as a guy that's entered like almost what I would consider a quantum sort of model, like something that steps outside of the material model, studying lucid dreaming, etc., etc. I've expanded my philosophical context in a very healthy, organic way. Like never desired to, just happened. And I really feel like there's so much truth in both, but one happens to be almost, in my experience, a lot more, I'd say, evident. It makes more sense to me. It allows you to see deeper and make sense of things that are a lot deeper. Yeah. So cool though. I'm from Baja, Brazil. Axé turns Axé. Yes. You heard the vital energy world. Exactly, brother. Yeah, welcome Natun. Welcome Natun official. Now I know, Axé has such deep meaning in various cultures. I resonate a lot with like the African application, but of course, yes, also the Brazilian application. I also like the ancient like Scandinavian and the French application, but mainly the African one is what resonates the most with me. But I know Ashe is like it's got a lot of depth, and for me, it's just a word that flowed through very organically that I've always been really connected to, as I discovered it. When I discovered it, like in a very strange, bizarre way. But yeah, bless Brazil, brother. Blessings from Canada. I saw Jesus skin the other day. Nice, nice. Mm. Mm. Speaking to ayahuasca, have you tried ayahuasca? Temple, I haven't had the freedom to try that. Yeah. Ayahuasca, yeah, DMT seems to be such a beautiful, beautiful portal. I've never done it. I would love to do it. I'm more drawn to 5-MeO DMT personally, but I would be open to ayahuasca when it aligns, truthfully. It seems like a magical experience. Yeah. Done it 7 times. I can say the risks are low with the highest space holder. Risks are low with the right space holder and shaman. That sounds like, yeah, beautiful, beautiful thoughts. I need a super trustable shaman. Yeah, beautifully enough. Yeah, here's maybe just a beautiful reflection of the universe, letting you crystallize that vision of maybe you'll find that ayahuasca. But myself as well. I hope to find in the future, once I'm doing full nomadic YouTube stuff and I'll be going to different countries, it's who knows, maybe that's where I'll align myself with my facilitator. But who knows? I don't know. I'm at peace. Maybe I'll never do DMT or never do ayahuasca. Who knows? Yeah, it makes sense. Go my intuitive sense of them overthinking. It's like Australian Willy Wonka. Nice. That's high praise, brother. We're not Australian, but we love Australians. Yes, Bruva. We're Australian. Yeah, definitely not Australian. Amy, I'm not sure if she's still here. She's the Australian. She's one of our moderators, and she's hecka Australian. But nah, I'm definitely not Australian, but I love Australian people. They're cool. Song request Quiche. Song El Requiche. Huh. You listen to that song in the woods on a weather and a sunny day, dance that song, you feel a spiritual feeling that the mind had for life. Wow. Okay, that's a really strong sell. El Requiche. I'm gonna search it right now. El Requiche. Wow. Okay. Sounds interesting. As a pan flute enthusiast, I can say that's like, yeah, Mayan music is cool. They had a good grasp on astrology, but the barbaric aspects of the culture is hard to see past. And that's why I say wisdom and failure comes from all. Interesting. I can see that, yeah. Very nice. Blessings with bubbles. Yeah. What's good? Good morning, brother. What's good, Environ? I'm pretty good, man. It's evening here. We're about 5 o'clock. Been streaming for almost 4 hours. This is good, though. This is what... We're very, very close to 3K watch... Or 3K, yeah, watch hours. So close. Highly recommend it, especially like man. I definitely, yeah, I got you, brother. I'm gonna listen to that after the stream. Thank you, man. I love this. I love this hat. The passion. I don't know if you're staying up for a couple of days is a good idea, bro, but I agree. You don't need drugs to open your brain. Is quiche okay? I think it's an egg tart. Yeah, it's egg tart dish. A quiche. I think that's an egg tart dish. Yeah, I don't know. Guatemala Lake Atilian. The 90s Hollywood stars from those famous people went there. Regular people and the shamans. Ah, interesting. Beautiful. Bless. Sending love from Canada to Germany. Sending love to Germany. Ah, quiche. Okay, I think he is right. I think that is a egg dish. Nice. You have the right to listen to high volumes. Beautiful. What flag? What flag is that again? The white and blue. DME got inspiration music. Nice. Okay. That's interesting. Nice. Nice flags. Canada. I think that Sweden? A white and blue flag. Country's white and blue. Okay, okay. There's many. Okay, wow. So many. Many white and blues. I don't know what that one is. Huh. Okay. We'll figure out. Okay, so that's that flag. We have Argentina? Is that Argentina? No. There's El Salvador. Okay, and then there's white and blue, white and blue, white and blue. So many white and blues. Yeah, I don't know. So many. Even the current king of Norway. Ah, very nice. To me, the ability to strung together one current thought to the next is just empiricism. That's why I say in the mysticism versus empiricism debate, bros battle, that one is of the other, and the battle's a myth. Interesting. The battle is kind of mythical, I'd say. It's like a myth as in, yeah. Tijuana, Mexico. That's beautiful. Mexico's awesome. I'm Swiss, Canadian, Guatemalan, live in Switzerland. That's dope, bro. I'd love to go to Switzerland. One day. Apparently this is the oldest flag of the world. Ah, that's... which flag? Forgets, yeah, I just don't know flags, man. Red. Huh. Swiss. Yeah, that's Swiss. Red and white flag. Huh. So this little one, England. Oh yeah, England. England. Yeah, the England flag. Gotcha. Aye, Denmark, of course. Yeah, that's right. You're from Denmark. So cool. So cool. I thought the white flag would be has actual meaning. I thought the white flag would be has actual meaning. Interesting. The battle is not the not battling, the opposite of the same thing as the other. Yeah, unsolvable riddles break the current. Sad, my language limits here. I get you though. I get you though. The battle's not battling the opposite. That's Heraclitus. I watched a podcast today. That's what is it? What is it called? Let's maybe I have the podcast open still. No, I don't. It's like what is it? Heraclitus. Let's see what he calls it. Heraclitus. Opposite. So, yes, okay, the unity of opposites, I think we call it. So Heraclitus, the ancient Greek philosopher, is known for his opposition to the static and fixed concepts. He emphasized the unity of opposites, suggesting the opposing forces coexist, are essential for maintaining balance and harmony in the universe. That's a thing that's been referred to a lot in a podcast I was watching. I think that's sort of what you're trying to say, to some degree, is, yeah, it's the unity of opposites. The opposites, like the actual, like, polar, the unity of opposites. I think it's a beautiful thought. Wow. So much is flowing through. Beautiful country here. Welcome to Switzerland, bro. My home is your home. Welcome to Switzerland anytime. Wow, that's magic, brother. I'll keep that in mind. That's magical. Switzerland seems such a like a beautiful place. Truthfully, like I feel like I definitely know, my list is pretty long, but I know like Australia, Japan, Thailand is strongly up there. And like I would love to go to places like Sweden, like parts of like yeah, so many parts. Like so that's a beautiful thing. I'll keep that in mind if I were in Switzerland, brother. Beautiful country here. It really seems so. It's like a natural beauty. Just get on a bus. Get a bus on wings ticket. A bus on wings ticket. Interesting. Polarity. I mean, it's something basic hermetics. Yeah. Yeah. I think what you're speaking to, if you understand dry wets, is similar in the realm of like, yeah, Heraclitus. The unity of opposites, if that makes sense. I think it's beautiful. I think I get what you're saying though. Wow, that's good to know. I love that. I love to hear that, brother. British Columbia is pretty dope too. Like it's a natural beauty, but good to know. I love that. Oh, there's this guy. But I really love that. Like I love to hear about just yeah, the depths of Switzerland, brother. Like that's so cool. Blood and Still, know the country. Nice, nice. Kathmandu. Interesting. Very interesting. Blood. Interesting. I don't know what you're saying, bro, but homie, I'm gonna filter you just to save some comment space for the deeper discussions. But thank you for sharing. But feel free to talk again in 30 minutes. Soon will probably be over in 30 minutes though. Yeah, we're about 4, so probably in the next 5 minutes. 5 minutes. I think we'll give it a rest. It'll be a nice 4-hour mark. Make some dope soup. Go for a run in cold plunge number 2 because yes, dopamine. I don't know. Bro, Zermatt in summer is next level. Sometimes something exists doesn't actually exist. It's just the deprivation of something else. I must say, I love the way you think, brother. To number 5 fitness, yeah. Interesting. Yes. Gotcha. Yeah. I like your channel, brother. To number 5 fitness. Checking out your channel, brother. Just popping in. Subscribe, be different. We'll subscribe. Number 55. Oh, nice. Number 55 subscriber on number 5 fitness. But yeah, no, I like the richness. Like you got a very vibrant page as I see. Like there's lots of, yeah. Lots of unique curb appeal. Very cool. Magic. About to sleep now. ADHD is empty now. ADHD is empty now. Nice. Thank you. Yes, number 55. Yeah, brother, that's the sacred number. Number 55. 55. Magic. Magic, as the Australians would say. Our friends in Australia. Yeah, let's see. Yeah. Nice. So I think we're about to hit this 4-hour mark. I think that's probably the perfect place to end. Magic. uh, yeah, I'm interested though. I'm gonna edit this song that I wrote called, yeah, what is it? The Cosmic Map. Map of the Cosmos. That was what we called this. Map of the Cosmos. Probably edit this out, and I have a video that I recorded the other day where I'm talking about delayed and instant gratification, dopamine mechanics, that I think I'm gonna place as a backtrack over this video. Do some interesting little editing and see how it performs on YouTube. Yeah, amazing. See you. Be well, dog. Yeah, I think we're gonna put a close officially. Just approaching this 4-hour mark. Let's see, what are we playing today? We were playing lots of music, friend. Lots of guitar. We had some piano. It was good stuff. This busking, yeah, virtual busking. This virtual nomadic busking. This has been the move always. Busking and then philosophizing. Thanks, Temple. Cool round people. It's good stuff, brother. I'm happier that you're here, dog. You had a excellent perspective, brother. I mean, you really have. Have you heard of the one guy, the magic pipe? Nah, bro. It's 11:17 a.m. Friday, Australia. Nice. That's dope. Yeah, it's 5:18 in Canada. Yeah, 5:18. Map of the Cosmos. Yeah, right. I don't know. It just flowed through because we were talking about so many things, and that was just like the move. But yes, it's a beautiful song. Probably release it later today. Anyways, well, thank you so much. Yeah, what's good? YouTube. YouTube. Yeah, amazing. Amazing. Well, thank you so much for chiming in. Deeply appreciate the support. If you're new to this channel, welcome. What's good, EFF? We're just closing here now. We're just approaching hour 4, but I'm very good, friend. Yeah, it's been a good day. Yeah, did a live stream. Did a nice cold plunge. Probably gonna do a cold plunge, make a bunch of soup after this stream. Shout out cold plunges. It's always been serving us well. But yeah, hope you've been well, friend. Hit me up for a collab. Let's do it, brother. Let's do it. Let's throw together some beautiful sounds. I think that'd be dope. I love that. Magic. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here. The one guy in the magic pipe on YouTube. Interesting. I think I've seen that. Either you recommended or someone recommended me something of the lines. Yeah, I'll have to check into that. The legendary jacket is right over there. It's hanging on the wall. I was thinking to put it on, but I was just very comfortable. Just very comfortable. Oh, human-wise. Anyways, well, thank you so much. And yes, outro time. For those of you that resonate with the channel, feel free to follow this channel. I teach guitar and I do meditative sound journeys among various types of stuff. Yes. I'll have to look into this. Don't choose the top hat, the top hat chose you. Facts, brother, yeah. This definitely happened. I mean, I designed it, but yeah. Anyways, hope you guys remember to honor yourself and honor each other, and much love. Yeah. Much love, bless, ashe.